Welcome, welcome everybody. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. Who do we have here today? We have Bava getting the esteemed title of first for today. Nice. Congratulations. We have a few people entering the cheer zone. Me, of course, getting 41% more Coulommiers, which does bring me to a grand total of 103% Coulommiers, which would have been an achievement, but that I got there first and nibbled it already. Oh, alright. Fair enough, I guess. Congratulations me, nonetheless. Hibri grabbing some Brie from the cheese zone, of course, always Brie. 20% Brie, bringing her to 921%. Not quite there yet on the 1000%. Can't get an achievement every single time, right? And then we have a bunch of bubbling. Who do I see? I see a flamethrower, a Nutterskog. Hello, flamethrower and Nutterskog. And Nutterskog actually entering the cheese zone, becoming 46% more trou du cru, bringing Nutterskog to 172% trou du cru. Nice. Oh, and Mastani. Hello, Mastani. How are you doing? Entering the cheese zone as well. Hang on, the messages got mixed up here. Becoming 24% more Boursin, which does bring you to 28% Boursin. Oh my gosh, you were only 4% Boursin before. That's so unlucky. Good evening to you too. How are you doing? I hope you're not overheating too much. Because it is very hot in France this week. Like tonight, my flat cooled to 29 degrees. At 7 a.m. it was 29 degrees. So yeah, very, very hot over here. Which actually means that the temperature inside barely moved today. It's only almost 32 degrees in here. So yeah. Yeah, cooled with definite quotation marks because yeah, it didn't change much. Didn't cool much. Also, a 15 stream streak for Utterskog. Ooh. Congratulations. Thank you for the support, Utterskog, and for being here so regularly. Nice. Very nice streak. Ooh, chat is hugging themselves. Oh gosh, in that heat? Are you sure, chat? Only 32 degrees outside? No. 32 degrees inside. That's the temperature in my room right now, 31.8. I have the thermometer sitting right next to me. No, outside I think... let me check what it went up to. We're probably around the peak right now. 38, somewhere around 38. So, yeah. No air conditioner. No, I do have a fan that's like 1 meter away from me. Actually, let me know if you hear it or not. Because I got it closer to me than usual. And that's blowing on my face right now. But that's about all I have. Are you in a bouillard thermique? Yeah, somewhat. Hey Zeta, how are you doing? Welcome in. Entering the cheese zone to become 28% more Beaufort. Ooh, nice. Bringing you to 156% Beaufort. Not bad at all. That's a good amount of Beaufort. TB has had the AC running from the time you woke up until you go to bed every day, but still getting half a degree hotter in here in your house every day. Yeah. Is it my house or a rent? It's a rent. Unfortunately, yeah, not much I can do about that, and it's not a house, it's a flat, so... In the middle of the city, like, it hits up, there's no way around it. But it's fine, tomorrow I'll escape the heat. Tomorrow I'll go to the mountain, and there the maximum during the day is like 25, 28 when it's hot. Hey Cody, how are you doing? Welcome in. But yeah, I'm in a flat that's very badly insulated. That's something I've talked about a bit in stream, because it's not only badly insulated for temperature, but also for sounds. So the neighbors, when I'm streaming, often can hear me. So we've had to adapt some things over time to make sure that I don't disturb them too much. Funnily enough, what had changed, because some of my neighbors were hearing me streaming initially, and we talked about it with them. I moved my setup across the flat basically, and now it's another neighbor that can hear me streaming. So there's no winning. There's just no winning. You wish your electric system would be able to run an AC, but it would melt everything. Oh, is it that bad? That makes your blood boil? Well, yeah, that kind of heat would make your blood boil, right? Would you order the fan? At least there's that. The fan honestly does a lot already. The fan helps a lot. It doesn't help so much when we're reaching a point where it's as hot at night as it is during the day, when it doesn't cool down anymore, because mostly at night it's a nightmare. But during the day it helps make things much more sustainable. Fucking landlords, it's not even that. Like, my landlord had made some renovations, but like, it's somebody who lives abroad. Basically, they don't care so much, as long, like, they just don't want to have to do much. And it's a very old building, which is a lot of the issue in France, is a lot of renting buildings are very, very old and very badly insulated because of that. And there's no fixing it short of doing major renovations. And like, at that point, that might be as expensive as completely rebuilding the thing. Like, my upper neighbor has the same problems, and like, they bought the flat and they renovated the thing, but like, there's no fixing a building that's built without insulation, you know? You're doing horrible, but I hope it gets better, Cody. Is it because of the heat? Ooh, Zeta on a 50 stream streak! Do you get extra cheese for this? Huh, we haven't set up something, but we should. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. You do get an extra cheese. Do you want a random pick from the cheese zone? Or do you want to grab a certain cheese? We're going to rerun the thing because I can. And because that's a great idea, and I'll program it a random pick. So let me see, cheese zone. So how do I do that exactly again? If I run test the effect, is it going to ask me for a name? I think it is. Yes. Zeta? Let me have the exact orthography. Yep. Num 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 num. Let's go! 23% more trou du cru for you, which brings you to a grand total of 34%. Nice. Yeah, and we'll make it a thing. We'll say stream streaks. I don't know. Like 50 is a lot. I feel there should be a reward before that, honestly. What are the stream streaks milestone? I need to take notes. I can figure it out later. For 15 streak, yeah, or maybe 25. I don't know, 5, 10, maybe 15. I think there's the 7, like 3, 7. It's not always like it's prime numbers for some of them, it's weird. I don't even know if it pops up for 5. Maybe it does? I'll have to figure out what pops up and what makes sense. 15 streak, maybe. We'll see. I'll have to think about it. And like we'll see people's streak and we'll fix things accordingly. So it's fair to everybody. But yeah, that's a good idea, Zeta. Let's do that. Let's have a free cheese zone. I guess a free cheese zone redeem when the streak pops up in chat. I'll have to see even if the bot can do it. I'm not even sure the bot can do it, but if it can, we'll program it to do that. Not beating much or anything at all for the past 3 weeks. You've lost 10 kilograms, been to doctors today, and got all the blood tests done. So you'll get some answers tomorrow, maybe. Oh, that sucks, Cody. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were struggling so much. Yeah, I do hope it will give you answers. That's a scary situation to be in. At least you're still able to drink, which is something in this heat. Protein shakes, you tried? I really don't like the taste of them. Are you are you drinking water, or at least are you drinking some stuff that bring you like some mineral salts and stuff? Mostly juices. At least there's that, yeah. Because at least it does bring you some energy. It's not perfect, but it's better than just water. Brings you some sugars and stuff like that. But yeah, I hope they manage to find what's going on. Yeah, calories in there somewhere, even if it's just sugared water or whatever. That's basically what I'm doing right now, actually, because of the heat, because we're sweating so much. I've started making... I found a recipe for electrolytes drink, basically, where I'm basically mixing like a pressed lemon, a bit of honey, a bit of salt, and water, and then I get it in the fridge and I drink that instead of water at the moment. And honestly, I'm handling the heat much better with that than with just water. So it's doing wonders. Doctor told you to eat salt sticks to get some salt, maybe had 4. Still hard to get anything. Yeah, like putting some salt maybe in your drinks might help. if you like sugary salty mixtures. That's not for everyone, but it might help you ingest them basically. You're glad the recipe is working. Yeah, I was having like sore muscles basically all the time. That's basically what happens with me in the heat. My muscles get sore very easily to begin with, but maybe I just get very dehydrated very easily because I sweat easily too. And so yeah, when it gets hot like that, I'm just sore for no reason. And I'm not feeling as sore with that since I've started doing that, so that's great. I'd recommend it really to anybody, because the idea is just to, like, when it's hot like that, the idea is just to replace the minerals that you're losing. So like the lemon is gonna bring you some magnesium, stuff like that. Obviously the honey is gonna bring you some sugar, the salt is gonna bring you some salt, and that helps get better hydrated because the saltiness level of what you're drinking gets closer thanks to that to the saltiness of your body. And so basically when you drink like just pure water, that's why, for example, you shouldn't drink pure water, like ultra pure water, demineralized water, because when you drink pure water, you're not going to absorb all this water. What's going to happen is your body is going to absorb some of it, but it's going to pull some mineral salts from your body to kind of balance things on both sides of your intestines through a phenomenon that's called osmosis. And so you're going to lose some mineral salts because the water is too pure. So ideally, the water that you're drinking should be the same saltiness, basically, and even more ideally, the same mineral contents as what your body has. It's hard to get like precisely to that, especially if you're home making some stuff, but you can get slightly closer. It's not very salty, it's like a pinch or two of salt per liter of water, so it's not a lot, but it's closer. And the same when you're sweating, like when you're sweating, your sweat is salty. Why is that? Because you're not just sweating water, you're also sweating some salts with it that are dissolved in the water in your body. Maybe diluting yogurt with water might work. It would mask the taste of the salt too. Yeah, I guess. Traveling home from the UK yesterday was difficult, just like you made it. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's true, you were coming back from the UK, oh my gosh. Yeah, that must have been something. Being sick like that? Not a good experience. Don't drink the stuff you put in your steam iron. Yes, basically. You recycle the water from the AC, the condensed one that comes out, you mix it with normal water and water the plants with it. Yeah, it might not be great for the plants, because it might be too pure. It's basically the same problem. The plants also do need some minerals that come with the water usually. Alright, let's start the game. Shall we? We've almost been talking for half an hour, I think. Not too often we talk that much. Alright, so where were we? So last time we started designing a new device. And that's the start of the design we started doing. When you go outside, you usually have a little salt shaker on you because you struggled with your blood pressure the best of time, and it's good to be able to just give it a little shake over a glass of water when the need strikes. Yeah, like too much salt is bad, but like you need to have a balance with the amount of water you're consuming, basically. Okay, so we started designing pocket watches, if I recall. So that's going to be the assemblers making pocket watches, which I think we have possibly placed. Yes, so we have 2 assemblers worth of pocket watches that we are going to be making. We need to feed each of them with 30 glass per minute, which we're achieving with 3 kilns for each, so 6 kilns total. And these kilns, each of them needs 60 sound per minute, which is basically stone that has been like crushed and ground down, right? And so we have the grinders over there, and we have the stone crushers over there. Okay, so what we've done, so we have these belts that are feeding the advanced assemblers. The bottom one here is taking from the kilns. And we need to feed the kilns. And to feed the kilns, we have set up these enhanced grinders. And basically their output on the other side outputs to a belt that zigzags and eventually goes down this elevator and out this way, feeding all the kilns. And on top of them we have stone crushers, and these stone crushers are gonna need to feed all the grinders. How many stone crushers do we need? We need more than that, don't we? So we said we want, let's see. Well, we want 60, so we want 1 sound per second for each kiln, so we want 6 sound per second, right? And if we look at the sound recipe, 6 sound per second is 6 stones per second. And 1 stone crusher makes a stone every 3 seconds. So yeah, basically 6 times 3, so we need 3 stages of this, one on top of each other. Hey Rolly! Bonjour, bonjour, comment ça va? And little gremlin, how are you doing? Oh, welcome in, both of you. You need to integrate the cork powder. Yeah, so we might have contaminated Hebe with the virus, the Alchemy Factory virus. Hebe has started playing the factory. Haven't played him more since last hangout. Oh, so it's this setup that makes you think of it because I'm going vertically like that? Yep. Yeah, so we'll need 3 floors of that, and the stone crushers can be a bit annoying to deal with when it comes to that, because we can't really put a lab stand on top of them. I'm pretty certain, at least. Let me check, but... yeah, no. So there's no having a lab stand on top of the stone crushers. Which seems like it should be a thing, but it's not somehow. So that's kinda inconvenient. What other options do we have? We could try the reinforced platforms, but that's... even like the 5x5 really doesn't help much. Well, maybe we could. Possibly we could use that. I'm thinking maybe with... let's try some. So 1, 2, 3. It would be here that we would need it. So we could have this. Right. Yeah, I suppose that could work. And then we need to go further out than that to shield this, and we could have... guess that could work, but the problem with that is that in terms of width, that won't really work. First of all, it's a little bit taller than I would hope. Like this is 1, 2, 3 blocks on top of this. Second of all, like, I don't know, each of these is 3 wide, so like the total is 9 wide. I could go out by 1, so it would be 10 wide in total. But then the shelf... no, wrong menu. The wooden shelf is 6 wide, so that doesn't work at all. You've been inducted into the cult. Yes, 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 you did. Oh, look! Your favorite quote, Hibby. I think Hibby is gone. Not possible because stone ores go above the grinder. Yeah, but like they could have it... well, there are several things to say with that. Yes, it's true that the stones and ores go above the grinder, but so do the logs above the table saw, and yet... you can metal stand over the table saw. Even though, like, this is clipping, right? This is clipping into the wheel, this shouldn't work, and yet you can. So, first of all, like, you have something for the table saw, and this is the same height. If anything, this would fit better under this. I would see it flip, right? If anything. Secondly... let's see... you have the plants that poke out of the nursery, and you have a perfectly good way of making it work, where like the base of this serves as a base for the metal stand, and so you could totally have the same kind of thing with the stone crusher, right? So I don't really think that's a good excuse, the fact that, yeah, there are gonna be stones that poke out, sure. But you can deal with that in terms of design. Hey Guppy, how are you doing? Welcome in, happy factory day! Can you make some cold? Yeah, I almost, for the title, I almost titled the stream looking for the elusive ice recipe, but I thought like some people might get confused, it would be a little bit of false advertisement, so I ended up not doing it. But that's what I was considering. Hang on, I missed some chat. I did remind you of it. You've decided to go underneath instead of over it though. Oh, the right, for your cockboarder setup. Yep. Drops a few ice cubes in Guppy's bowl. Yeah, that would be nice. Can I have a few ice cubes in my cheese bowl? Your hotel room and the training room have a nice AC. The problem is the trip between. Your car doesn't have AC? Modern cars tend to generally have AC nowadays, so I'm a bit surprised. The guppies will love the cubes. They got no AC this week as you're not home, oh yeah. Assetto Corsa? What? I'm not sure what you're saying, Rolly. You made ice cubes for the dog, but you can throw down some down your throw down my shirt. Oh. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad thing, I think. Assassin's Creed. Oh. AC, yes. Okay. I was so confused there for a moment. Okay, yeah, so that doesn't really work. It's not really a good solution for that. I think the solution has to be like beams that go over. And yeah, so what I was pondering was if it was possible to have this setup like within this width, basically. And I think actually maybe. How wide is that? That's 9 wide. No, it's the same problem with the shelves. I could have shelves on the side. But that wouldn't really work. So I think this setup is gonna have to go like one wider on each side, probably. Unless... Happy birthday to us. Noise in my ears. Doran, thank you for the resub for 37 months. Thank you so much for the support, Doran. Lurk talking to Mrs. Doran? Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the lurk. And yeah, actually today might be... let me check the calendar actually. No, okay. Today is the one before the last stream, because before the end of the streamiversary, the affiliate anniversary month. And then we'll be removing the happy birthday sound effects. We will keep some of the new sound effects though for bits and and subs because I made a ton of sound effects. I'm pretty proud of them, and I want to continue sharing them with you. Basically. Wait. Ooh, bits. Thank you, Guppy. Nice. Nice 69 bits. And also, Kaz, welcome in. Thank you for entering the cheese zone, becoming 25% more Luperac today. Nice. Hydrate and stretch. That's a good point, actually. I'm going to make a quick run because I need to refill my beverage. Your guppies get frozen food cubes in summer. They love playing football with us. Ooh, a 7th cheesy streak. Yeah, nice. Thank you for the streak, Kaz. Yeah, so I'll be right back. I will go get some beverage so I can do the hydrate from Guppy. Oh, this batch is a bit salty. I made a new batch of my hydration beverage. And it seems I went a bit hard on the salt for this one. Okay, so let's see. I think we need to start putting in the belts so we can figure out what we do on top so we can stack these. Or... Because basically we need to build on something, right? Yeah, so I think the wisest is just to like build the belts here. How much do we need? We need... I calculated that a moment ago, but I completely forgot. 6 sounds per second, which is 6 stones per second. That's gonna be 3 per side. That's well enough for 1 belt per side. Someone keep that mouse hydrated or he will get the bucket later. Yeah, so I was running out of lemon and honey to make my beverage. So I made a trip to the shop before stream, and I made a new batch just before I started setup for stream. So it was still cooling in the fridge while I was finishing the previous batch. But I swear I'm keeping hydrated. Right, so our belts can carry a little bit more than 4 items per second. So we don't have to worry too much about the rate here, because it's 3 per second that need to go through this. So we'll just have something like that. Then over here we can have... no, we don't need this one, because we need an elevator over here. And basically we're going to take the stones and bring them down, and as they pass in front of each grinder they're going to feed it, right? You can boil the mousey. That's not fair. I'm already getting boiled by the weather. Crispy mouse. He's on it too? I'm getting bullied by chat. Okay, so what if... Gosh. I need more boxes. I think I need to stand higher. So I know what I'm doing. So what if... No, you know what? We're going to need to build it on the floor. Let's take a copy of this whole thing and just build it on the floor. I'm just going to have, like, I don't know, a wooden block here to simulate the entrance of that. We are going to have a wooden block over here for the symmetrical. Oh yes, we don't need that. That was testing something that didn't work. Okay, and now we can start actually working on things. So this would be the output of my stones that are feeding into this. This actually can't be stones. I need an elevator here that brings stones from like the higher level of whatever we're doing, right? Alastor is now officially making another skyscraper. I don't think it's going to be as high as the other ones. Basically, we're going to have 3 stone crushers on top of each other, and that should be the maximum height, I think. Because that's gonna be an entire module here that's going to be making the glass for this. And then, like, further down, over here we'll have all the steel setup, basically. Steel and copper bearings. That's what I'm thinking, at least. We'll see. Maybe it will turn out to be a skyscraper, but I don't think so for this one. Okay, so over here we will have belts. Oop. Oh yes, that makes sense. Okay. It's not that high, honestly, for me. Yeah, like some of my builds are 4 floors high. This is it even 1 floor high? Let's check. No, that's not even 1 floor high yet. It's going to be more than 1 floor, I think, but not much higher. It's gonna be a 2 floor high build, which is very tame by my current standards. Crispy mouse, I give as good as I get, I guess. You did say that I was already being roasted by the sun, that I shouldn't be. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you for defending me. A baby build, yeah. You remember when at the start I was like, one of the constraints is the build needs to be no more than 1 floor height? Renamed its channel Eiffel Factory. I don't know if... You know, the thing is, I don't just play factory games. I play other games too sometimes. Okay, so that's the minimum height to put a beam across. And so if I want... That's the thing. If I want... If I want my stone crushers to be at this level, is that even possible? I think it might. I think it might be possible. Let's try. Let's try to make it, and if we can't, then it means it's not possible, right? Oh, come on. I need to change my mouse, I think. My middle mouse button is not working anymore. Well, not well, at least. Which, on the plus side, prevents me from accidentally deleting builds. You know? So it does have its upsides. But yeah. Wait, I'm missing chat. You should stop typing, Guppy Grain is hard today. Well, that's fine. Me too, I had a hard brain day today. The typing wasn't easy. Hopefully the talking is easier. You just put a do not disturb sign on your toilet door. Wait, what? Why? I don't get it. What are we talking, toilet doors now? This is not a real Alastor. This is just his streaming persona. Instead of the room door on the outside. Oh, you put a do not disturb sign on the wrong door? Oh. Oops. How many meters tall is my mouse? Which one? The one I used to click? Or my persona? Or... As to... What? No, that's not what I said, chat. You're over-interpreting what I said. Yeah, I think that can work. Maybe I'd have... Maybe I'd have this 3 tall instead of 2. And then I'd go 3, 3, and then 2. But this can work. And then we can have like a shorter beam over here. That's fine. And we can basically have the same thing over here. Yeah? That's a really dangerous question to ask. This is the internet. Wait, what question? What did I ask? Chat, stop being mean to Alestor. Oh no, chat is fighting now. I've created a civil war in chat. I can blame Alastor for that. I'm being blamed for the civil war in chat now? Well, I guess that's somewhat fair, but still. I'm innocent. Oh, what mouse do you mean? Why is that a dangerous question? Should I be asking that? Someone said war? Mustang is in for the chaos. I listed options, then coyly trailed off. Is that what I did? I don't know. Like, you're acting like I'm supposed to remember what I said like 2 seconds later after having said it. I'm a streamer. I don't... like, words come out of my mouth, but they don't go through my brain in the process. That's not how it goes. It would help if I did remember. Would it? Would it help? Yeah, I think that looks okay. I like this. And then we can have this, that. And basically we can copy all of this, well not that. Fine, I'll copy them one by one. I should have started with the center, shouldn't I? Hey, my middle mouse button fell into working. Okay, and so now I'm bringing stuff down from the next level. And so we'll have the same contraption basically, but next level it will be on this side. I raise a valid point. See? You know, in a way, not remembering what you say 2 seconds later makes for more entertaining moments, honestly. It's like improv theater, in a way. I mean, streaming in a lot of ways is like improv theater. And is improv theater. You're putting on a persona that's not always necessarily your real person. You're trying to entertain people. You're not, like, acting a scene or something like that, but... like, there's a lot of the same elements. And one of the things you do learn when you're doing improv theater is to not overthink things. Do not think too much about what you're about to say, because we're trained to have a lot of filters in what we say by society around us, right? We filter a lot of what we say, and when you're improvising, when you're trying to be entertaining, when improvising, it needs to be spontaneous, And if you go through all these filters, most of the time you're going to go like, oh, what I'm doing is boring, or you're going to go, no, this is not a good idea to say that, and so you're going to censor yourself basically, and you should, as much as possible, try to remove these filters, and just let spontaneity go through. That's a very hard thing to do. It's why when you start doing improv, a lot of people, like the first day, like you have kind of a discovery session, right? And the people who are already part of whatever improv troupe you're trying out for are gonna be like, hey, come play with us, right? Whether it's because you're like possibly joining, or because, well, it's your first time improvising. And a lot of people just, like, I know for me it took me a while before I was able to go on stage spontaneously, other than group exercises and stuff like that. Being like, okay, there needs to be somebody who goes on stage there who's going to start something and we improvise. Doing that is super hard. It's scary the first time. And so the first time you want to do that, you need to be in an environment where you feel you won't be judged. Which is a lot of what you try to do when you build an improv team. Feeling that others are there to support you and are not gonna judge you and tell you, oh, this is crap, you shouldn't be doing this, but are going to support you to improve instead. And yeah, it takes efforts and time to build such an environment where you can improvise. And then with more experience, you're less scared of it, of course, because, well, you've done this before. But yeah, when you start out improvising, that's why a lot of people will be very scared of starting. Maybe that's why you're bad at streaming. You just act like you usually. You're not bad at streaming, Hebe, but yeah, you're not bad at streaming. That's all there is to say, I guess. Like, if you're talking about channel size and stuff like that, it just takes a lot of time to grow. And not everybody has to... Like, there's definitely rooms for, like, different approaches to streaming. If that makes sense. So not everybody needs to be doing the same thing. So I'd say don't judge yourself too harshly. Like, I mean, sure, there are stuff, me too, there are stuff I could improve. I messed that up. But I think what I have is not bad. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. The proof, your guys are here. So that must mean I'm doing at least something, right? When you stream, you just stream for the fun of it. You got the emotes that are really more than you thought you'd get. Yeah, I think, I mean, it's different if you're a pro streamer, because then like you kind of have the obligation to be there. But at our level, I'm definitely not making enough revenue to make it my job on a permanent basis. So if I stop having fun doing it, then why am I here? You just meant the floor streaming for you. Honestly, you struggle to articulate the thoughts in your head, basically. It's really a skill. It's really a skill that takes time to develop. It just takes a lot of time. Like, if you look my first streams, I was so much worse at articulating my thoughts than I am now. I could certainly improve it still a lot. But I definitely improved over time. Okay, here we go. I think that's correct. Yeah, that worked. It didn't place everything. Why didn't it place everything? Okay, so there are several things. I think I missed copying that. Let me remove this beam for now. Come on, why can't I remove it? Ah, I need to target the edge. It also made you discover just how much you steam without realizing it. Yeah. I needed like 30 more cogs or something. Yeah, that seems about right for the stone crushers. I'm gonna go get more, but I want to get the structure right first. Okay, so this is good. Over here we have stuff coming from the 3rd floor down to here. That's perfect. This is slightly taller than it could be if I was going one wider on each side, because then I could have these transverse beams be on the sides, right? But here I need to have this infrastructure of interlocking elevators, I guess. And they cannot be on this side because there's the stone crusher in the way. So they have to be there, which means the beam cannot be... Like, otherwise I could have a beam at this level, right? And then at the first level where I can have beams across, I could go across. But that would leave no room for going from one level to the next. And that would be bad. I called it out on Discord the other day that you jiggle your cursor when you're waiting on something or thinking and you didn't even realize you were doing it. Yeah. Yeah, deconstructing habits is difficult. I don't know that it's necessarily a habit you would need to deconstruct, but like there are stuff definitely that we all do that I'm not even aware of. Okay, so that I need these stone crushers, these 2 more stone crushers, and then I'll have enough stone crushers for the whole glass thing. So let's go grab... Hang on, where is my... Where is my factory? I lost my factory. I'm so high up, I lost my factory. Okay, it's over there. A little bit of tap dancing. And here we go. Oh, come on. Why can't I crouch? Hello? Did they remove crouching? What's happening? I'm holding control. I'm pushing control and it doesn't crouch. What's going on here? Let me check. Did they rebind the key somehow to something else? Oh, crouch is C. Is that new? Did they change it? Don't think it was C before. How many floors am I up now? That's a good question. How do I see that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 floors above here. And then we need to go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be on the 11th floor that we are designing right now. I don't know that it will necessarily eventually go there, but yeah, we're designing on the 11th floor. So wait, what am I missing? Inventory. Why do I have so much crap in my inventory? Mount ash? What? The cork powder, I guess, and the fertilizer, and I guess even the black powder I can get rid of. Hang on, let's go back up. Oh, by the way, Hebe, I did try to make my mouse slower. Let me know if it helps with the... with the issues you were having with stuff wiggling around too much. Although you said be right back, so probably he didn't hear me. But yeah, if anybody is having like issues with one aspect of my stream, definitely let me know. Like Hebe was having slight issues with motion sickness, basically, because of my mouse speed, I think. So, and also because like I need to get better at movement in general. You're at 300 dpi on your mouse, everything is jittery to you. Yeah, I try to make it generally so my mouse can like cross the screen without having to move. Like I can cross like basically all 3 of my screens I'm using without having to move my hand. Right, that's generally my goal for me. So I have a very fast mouse, but that means like on stream I can move fast enough that it's hard on some people. If you have motion sickness issues, that kind of thing could be a problem. So I just need to be a little bit more mindful of that and slow things down a bit, I think. Which is the exact opposite of what you'd want if you were playing competitively or something. You played Counter-Strike the other day and tried some of the pro settings, and oh my, are they sensitive to you. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with like pro competitive gameplay. You have to be super fast, right? The faster you can target somebody in Counter-Strike, the better you will be at shooting them before they shoot you, basically. But that's not great if you want to stream and have people be able to watch you who might have sensitivity issues to that. Counter-Strike is well known to be super low sensitivity? Okay. It's relative. As to you, it still feels fast. Yeah, I don't know much about Counter-Strike, to be fair. I've played Counter-Strike like a little bit on a relative's computer a huge amount of time ago. It's really not my type of games. As you might have guessed. I think it's not too hard to guess. It's not my type of games. And my stream is probably not the type of games of people who play a lot of Counter-Strike and stuff like that. The current growth is a French player, a French team. Interesting. You enjoy the esport every now and then? Yeah. Yeah, watching esports is different. Especially if it's well explained, like if the person hosting it is doing a good job at making you understand what's going on in the game. You don't really have to understand the game and to be able to play the game to enjoy that, I feel. And also there's just simply the excitement of the competitiveness of it. Alright, let's get our ass back up. This staircase. Yeah, I haven't found a good way to make this staircase. I think we should improve on it, but I'm not sure how. Hey Mark, sneaks into chat to enter the cheese zone. Welcome in, how are you doing, Mark? Num 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 num. And yeah, welcome into the cheese zone. How is your Wednesday? Welcome in, becoming 41% Camembert today. Ooh, nice. Pretty good, how am I? I'm very overheating, but otherwise good. I'll be happy to go to the mountain where it's much less hot. Oh, by the way, now might be a good time to make like few announcements. So we will be streaming Sunday, but not next Wednesday. I will not be there next Wednesday because I have family things. So, but I am coming back from the mountain just for you on Sunday. Just for you guys. So we'll see. I don't I haven't thought too much about if I do a stream another day or not yet. That might be a thing that happens. If that's the case, I will keep you up to date in the Discord, as always. I haven't made the announcement in the Discord yet. I meant to do it before stream, but of course I forgot. But so yes. No stream next Wednesday. Maybe some other time during the week. I'm not entirely sure. Probably not though. We'll see. Because yeah, I have a sister that's living super far away and basically comes back a month a year or something like that, and she just arrived, so I'm trying to spend a little bit of time with them. And also my parents have AC, and in this weather it's a godsend. Okay, so I think we have this handled. We just need to set up the equivalent of this on the other side, and then we can paste this over here. And that will be this part taken care of. And I need blocks to stand on. Maybe a bit more, actually. Yeah, that will help. So we can see what we are doing, which is always the first thing we need. Before we can even build something, we need to see what we're building. Always a very important thing not to neglect. The setup is sometimes half of the work. Yeah, Discord, thank you Mark for putting the link in chat. And welcome into the Discord if you just joined. Yeah, if I have program changes, etc., that's usually in the Discord that you know first, even though it's often very last minute because #ADHD. And since basically my entire family is ADHD, it can be a bit hard to get a plan together more than, oh, it's happening right now. Would you believe that, like, recently I'm actually the one that's the most pushing to have a program in my family? Who's pestering others, being like, hey, do you think we might, like, maybe have an idea of what we're doing? No? You sure? Because it would really, really help to, like, get my streaming program and my program of my things with my friends together. No? No, really? Alright, well then I'm just gonna do that. And you let me know if it becomes a problem, right? Look, you need to clean yourself and get a cheese. Ooh, yes, go do that. Definitely go get a cheese. And if you don't mind sharing with chat, I'm sure we would appreciate it. Okay, so we're missing steel and gears more even. The gears I think will be fine. But we're missing steel. Okay, so let's go get more steel, unless we move that. Maybe we just move that instead. Yeah, let's do this. Even more cheese? Don't mind if I do. Zeta is going to suffer from a cheese overdose. Does that exist? Can you overdose on cheese? Is it really a thing? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's a thing. Alright. Well, this might be a little more than 2 floors high, actually. These things take a lot of space. Yeah, no, it is 2 floors high. Hey! So we have the glass. This thing is making 6 glass per second, and it just needs money to do that, and fuel, I guess. We have a belt for fuel over here. Not bad at all. You volunteer as tribute to see if it's possible to overdose on cheese? Well, if you do that with medical supervision. Okay, yeah, so I like that. We could potentially get it like 2 blocks lower if we made it 2 blocks longer, basically. 3 blocks lower, perhaps. So really not that much, like the height of one of these machines, basically. We could shave a floor over it. So I don't mind this. Next. What is next? So we had like steel and copper gears. And I think I was slightly considering switching them? Or did I already switch them? Okay, so we need 6 processors making steel. That's these sticks. And they will need 6 Athanators working for them. And then they'll need 2 iron smelters. To smelt the iron for the steel. And as for the copper gears, we will need 2 processors making the gears, which will require an Athanator making copper powder, and a refiner to refine like whatever impurities we find in that. We'll need 2 crucibles to feed these. And this is a mixture of iron sand and soap powder, right? So for the soap powder, we'll need 3 grinders to grind the soap made by 3 blenders. And this soap made by 3 blenders is a mixture... Oh, I don't have a recipe there. Of plant ash and linseed oil. The plant ash is growing sage in a nursery and will need 9 crucibles burned in that plant ash in total, so 3 per blender. And the linseed oil is going to be 1 nursery making flax, and then that goes into 8 different extractors that are going to produce enough linseed oil for these 3 blenders. And then, of course, The second part of that is we need 60 iron sand per minute for this Athanator. And so that's going to be 6... Wait, do we need 60? I think we might not need 60. Let me see. So we need 10 per minute for that, which means we need 20 ingots per minute. Wait, do we need 20? So do we need 2 of these setups? Oh no, okay, yeah, 5 ingots turn to 20 bearings. So we need 10 ingots per minute. 10 ingots per minute is a full Athanator working. So we need 60 iron sand per minute. So why do I only have set up 5 smelters? I'm not sure. Did I mess up the calculation here? Let me check it. So it's 1 ingot to 1 iron sand. So if I need 60 sand per minute, I need 60 ingots per minute. That's correct. And each of these produces 10 per minute, so I need 6 of these. I think I miscalculated. Probably. Or is it something... Nah, that can't be. Okay, and so just to confirm the grinders... 60 per minute is 1 per second, so we would need 30 grinders, but we're using enhanced grinders, so we only need 15. So yeah, that's 5 times 3. Okay, that's good. So that's a whole bunch of things to build. Essentially. And so yeah, I think where I was umming and ahhing last time was that, okay, we have these processors, right? And these processors. So the thing is, at the base of everything here, I need iron ingots, right? So I'm going to need these 8 smelters smelting down iron ingots. But then I have this that require nutrients. The soap part requires nutrients. And all of this needs fuel, obviously. So it might be easier to have the soap part at the end. So we don't have to mess around as much with bringing the nutrients. But currently the soap is being used for the copper, which is on this side. So what to do here? I would be inclined to have the smelters on top, only because like they're the same as these. They're super hard to put something on top of them. You'd need to have beams, etc. So if we can avoid to have to do that and just have 8 smelters on top, it would make my life much easier. Also, another thing to consider is that the soap part is kind of a one-off. It's not gonna be symmetrical. So that also plays into it. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I could move these a little bit further and like have the furnaces for the soap. I need 2 furnaces for the soap anyway, so have them here. But then I need to handle the outputs of the furnaces, which might not be so simple. So maybe we build each part separately? To be fair, we have a bit of space in the middle here, if need be. So like we could have a soap bell. That's not entirely impossible. And like these would just need steel. So we have largely enough space to have 3 belts in here. 1 for fuel, 1 for steel, 1 for soap. So whatever's on top of here would be these Athanators, I suppose. We feed iron and coke powder. We have an output of steel and iron. We'll want to have a separate input belt for fuel and coke powder, I believe. Because we'd rather in this build, since now it's available, use the general fuel build. I'll just remove this. This is not needed anymore. This is what we already built. I don't want to have to walk over these every time I come to this build after looking at this. So yeah, we could have like the steel part over here. And then arrange to have a belt that brings the soap powder. Or the copper, I guess. It doesn't even need to be the soap powder, just the copper ingots over there. Sure, let's actually do that. So, I can never remember what's the successful output of the Athanator. It's the yellow, right? Pretty sure it's the yellow. EB tested it the other day. I don't have any coke powder on me to test it. Damn it. It's not said in the... Maybe it is? I don't know. Is there even an Athanator thing? Advanced crafting devices? Eh. They call that advanced? Yeah, no. The manual is useless for that. No, but I think... Pretty sure... We're going to have to test it, aren't we? Oh, we have some over here. That's how much do I need? 15? No. Come on. Oh. Fair enough. Let's do just a few cycles, whatever. Yeah, no, I don't want this over here. And then you hit. And then we test the odds. This is iron on the blue, so steel will be on the yellow. Correct. Okay, so my steel output is the yellow output. We have that confirmed. And we want 6 of these. So we could have like 2 furnaces on top of this. And with my steel output going straight in there. And my iron output, I guess, remerging on top. With a priority merger. That seems fair enough. Yeah, I think that should work. So let's try that. I am slightly worried that I'm building something I'm going to have trouble like looking inside later when I need to bring like the copper. We'll deal with it when we need to deal with it, I guess. Okay, so this is gonna be my furnaces feeding in the middle. Ah, yes, that could be a potential issue. We have 3 athanators on top with the steel recipe. And which are going to have little labstones as hats. And so on the yellow output, yes, on the yellow output, we have the steel. Yes, I already forgot. The problem would be this yellow output would line up with the blue input from here, which would be an issue, right? Thankfully, I think we can solve it. Yeah. So what we're going to do is going to be... We have an elevator going down here, which is going to take from the center, and we're just going to bring these belts in the center, merge the 2 sides, and go into elevators on each side. And then the iron output is the one we need to deal with, because that's not obvious, like what the heck do we do with that, right? What we're going to do is bring it on the top. No, on the top. Let's try that again. Without mixing up the T and R buttons. And then we'll go on the top so we can see what we are doing. I think I'll get closer even. Okay, perfect. And so here, this is going to be merging. So we need mergers. Can never remember which one is the priority feed. I think the yellow is the priority feed. Let's check. Yes, I know, I check every single time. You don't need a brain to play this game. Did somebody tell that to you? You just need to be able to play Tetris. Right, so it is the yellow output that takes precedence, because the stones that are on the yellow output are going through when the copper rivets are... the bronze rivets are being blocked. So I was right, so whatever comes out of the Athanator, so the Athanator is a little bit... well, this recipe is a little bit special, because it produces the same component it's consuming, right? It produces 11.2 iron per minute and it's consuming 15 iron ingots per minute. So that means that technically it's only consuming like 3.8 iron ingots per minute. It's not consuming a lot of iron, but it has a lot of probability, 75% in fact probability, of the transformation from iron ingots to steel ingots to fail. So what we need to do is to take these iron ingots that are coming out of this Athanator and feed them back up to the entrance. But we want that to be the first thing that goes into the Athanator, because if this gets full, then we are in trouble, right? Because we can't put out enough iron out of the machine that we need to get rid of. We can't get rid of all the iron, basically. So we need to be able to get rid of all this iron, and so here what I'm doing is I'm taking the output of the Athanator and bringing it in this priority merger, and on the blue input we're going to feed the iron, the general iron that comes from the smelters. But first it's going to take what comes out of the Athanator, and that's going to be the output. So that's basically what we're doing. And we're going to do that for each Athanator. And so technically we only need to have support over here. So we can... oh, that's not entirely true actually. Because there is a second input, which is the coke powder. So we'll need to bring the coke powder over here too. I forgot about that. I'd like to keep access to the furnaces from the front. What's going on here? Go away, Google Drive. Can you imagine? The software I'm not currently really using being like, hey, I need your attention in the middle of my stream? No, actually, that's not what I want to do. It threw me off. Okay. And we do this here. And then stone. Okay, so we have a lovely support over here. That's going to leave us access to the furnaces, for example, if we want to manually fuel them or something. But here we can do whatever we want. And what we want to do is to bring down the iron. First things first. Very important. Second thing we want is to bring down coke powder, which I guess we can do on this level. Which means we're going to have a wall of elevators in front of the Athanators. That's fine. What was this for? Oh, to feed to feed my processors, I forgot. It's because I forgot to put this belt. Okay, so that's the elevator that's going to bring the steel down. So the steel is going to come out of here. I simply haven't built the middle yet because I want to be clear on what I'm doing on the side. You have returned! Welcome back, Hebe. Do you have cheese for us? No? Get out of here. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. You can stay. You did have a cup of soup to dip some bread in, though. Soup doesn't sound like a dish I'd want in this season, to be honest. Way too hot. A gazpacho? No, I wouldn't say no. We're making steel. A build you're well familiar with at this point. It's lukewarm soup, to be fair, so not hot. That's better at least. Stupid steel. Yeah, we're making steel. So what we have here, so we have the steel output for steel that's going to come over here. Then it's going to go in the middle in this elevator down to the processors on the side. And the iron comes out to these elevators, goes up to these mergers that are going to send in priority the iron back in the loop. And then on this side, I take the iron that we just merged, bring it back down to one of the inputs of the Athanator, and the other input is these elevators that are going to be bringing down coke powder. Is this entirely self-contained, or am I feeding some materials into it? This build as a whole is going to be eating money, nutrient, coke powder, and fuel, which I count as two different things now that we have a different main fuel than coke powder. But I have a global coke powder supply for the factory, so I'm going to be relying on that. And so that's why I have this belt here that's going to be my coke powder belt. And we're going to feed that from like somewhere else outside the build. And here the iron, on top of this, we're going to have iron smelters. Funnily enough, these 6 Athanators making steel only need 2 iron smelters, technically. So that part's not gonna be a big challenge. The big challenge is mostly like fitting everything. Yeah, because one smelter produces 10 iron per minute, and an Athanator consumes 15 iron per minute, but produces 11.2. Right? So technically you only consume 3.8 iron per minute per Athanator. What you do consume a lot of is coke powder. And funnily, you produce 3.8 steel ingots per minute, so you're basically eating the same rate of iron ingots as steel ingots you're producing, which makes sense, right? You're just burning a lot of fuel and cycling the iron a lot while you're doing it. So yeah, and so like 3.8 times 6, I don't remember what this does. I'm in caps lock. 22.8. So we need 22.8 iron per minute. Oh, actually, we might need 3 smelters. We might need 3 paint smelters. Yep. We're going to need a third one. Wait a minute. No, maybe not. Because... Okay, so we can produce 22.8 steel gears per minute, but we just need 20 steel gears per minute. So we need only... like we could produce... This is not going to be running full speed, basically. The steel is not going to be running full speed, and the steel gears are not going to be running full speed. They're going to be producing... So we are going to feed 20 iron per minute into it, and consuming 20 steel per minute, where this setup would technically run at 22.8. We're going to have 2.8 per minute deficiency on the supply. Which did make me ponder whether or not I should like try to have a build that's on ratio. But it would mean, I think, having a build that's like 7 times larger. It would be completely stupid. I would be producing... Like already there, I'm going to be producing 10 pocket watches per minute. I don't think I need to produce 70 pocket watches per minute. I might end up being very wrong, in which case we might redesign, but I highly doubt I'll have that much demand for pocket watches. So it would have been stupid to do that. You didn't take that into account with your Athanator build. You should recalibrate that. Well, isn't that the build where you have 2 Athanators feeding one to the other? Or something like that? I thought you did take into account. Because, like, if you iron... Oh, but you mean in the how much iron smelting you need? You didn't take it into account? You have too much iron smelting? Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, it does work to be like, hey, this iron is going to another Athanator, and vice versa. That works. So, let's see. Right, and here I'm just going to be feeding iron. I don't know how it's going to go, but we'll see. So over here we need copper ingots. Do I just have copper ingots running down the middle? I guess. I just put down a belt here for copper ingots that goes like this. It's going to be carrying like 10 ingots per minute, which is well within its capability. Yeah, sure. And so then on top of this, we need the fuel to change levels, basically. Where do I do it? Maybe here? Before I do that. So, yeah, I should take care of feeding this steel, because if I can't see what I'm doing anymore, it will be much harder. So that's going to be the steel belt that goes to the processors for steel on this side. Basically, we're mirroring right now what we did on the other side, right? And it's going to come from here, still. That was kind of my concern with what we're doing here, is that we're enclosing what's going on in here, and so it's becoming harder and harder to access what's going on in the middle. That's why I didn't do both sides at once, because I was gonna be unable to see anything in the middle. But at the same time, I need to be able to like build a side to have a plan. Plants, charcoal, grinder, Athanato, yeah. You have a grinder in between the Athanato for the core order. If you're interested, I can show you like how I did my my cook order setup. I kinda like it. It's one of my favorite builds. Okay, so that's my Fernite. You don't have the game open, so you wouldn't be able to follow anyway. Alright. I guess we'll just have small lab stands here, so we can have a layer of stone blocks for this. And that finally allows us to complete the loop on the steel. Okay. So we have one side for steel that's complete. This is the belt for copper ingots. And on top we're feeding the iron and the coke powder. How much coke powder are we going to need? That's a question. So 15 per Athanato. We have 6 of them, so that's 30, 90 per minute. That's 1.5 per second. That's fine then, because it's well within a belt's capacity. let me shave this off so we can see what's going on here. Okay, so basically we're going to copy that on the other side. A layer of lapstones. Of course, one of the lapstones doesn't want to cooperate because why would they? Then in the middle of the furnaces, so we can keep an access, I want a second layer of lapstones, just so I can do E and see what's in there. And then around that, we're going to build basically a frame with stones, because it looks better. And because I don't really like having this rows upon rows of lapstones if I can avoid it. Here I need all this space to be built, but generally I prefer that look to that one. That's why we have the same thing basically over there. Because hey, guess what? Furnaces. So I need this hole because I need this access, but yeah. Okay, so Athena tools for steel. And oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to flip them. So the yellow arrow is right there. So it's symmetrical with the other side. Because the yellow arrow is here, the yellow arrow is here. Great. Oh. Okay, so all the steel's coming out on this belt and then getting down actually to the processors. And over here, all the iron. I'm going to put a box. Yeah, that's it. All the iron comes from upstairs. Same, we need more boxes. Alastor doesn't know his keys. Alright, and then these feed into mergers just like this. So yellow input comes from the elevator. Perfect. And we feed back down. Down you go. Slight worry. Were these elevators the right direction? I'm going to redo it because I'm not entirely sure. They need to go up. I don't know if I didn't make them go down. I think I remember them interacting properly with the Athanators, so I should be fine. Better safe than sorry. And that's gonna be the cook border. Feeding into that. Right, so I did a 1 high and then a 2 high on the scaffolding there, just to plug the hole. Perfect. And then, yeah, I guess we'll have like small lab stones. So we can have a belt. Oh, whoa. This belt got a little bit excited. Just a tiny bit. Yep, sorry, I bonked a cable here. I'm still not used to the new microphone headphone setup. Does it still sound good though, actually? Is it consistent? It should be, but let me know if it's not. You still have Coke powder in there. That's kind of fun. Not using headphones so you can tell in detail, but on speakers it sounds fine. At least there's that. Nobody has reported issues with audio since I fixed it, so hopefully it's not just that people are not picking up. I trust you guys. I sound fine. Thank you. It's always a worry when you change things. You're like, did I break everything? Did I mess everything up? So it's always good news if not. You're just too hot. Yeah, that's relatable. Actually, let me hydrate a little bit. I'll take a little sip. Alright, so what next? Well, we'd need the iron smelters on top. So I was going back and forth here looking at this gap. Because I think ideally I'd have the smelters like on top of this gap, so it means I need to plug this gap. Probably. But also that means I'm going to have a second row of furnaces up there. And so we'll need to distribute fuel. I think before we do the furnaces, before we think about the iron distribution, we start working on the soap. Right? Because that will, well, the copper first. But yeah, the copper and the soap and all these things, because that's going to kind of determine what we're doing, basically. Further. So the refiner, we just need one. One thing is we could easily like place it on the same level as these, because they can have the same setup where we can have a little thing on top. And then it could have the furnace for the Athanator right on top of it, which would be great, because then it would mean that it's it's basically at the same height as these furnaces, and so that all goes well together, right? Because the thing is, this outputs impure copper powder, and the impure copper powder needs to be purified to become copper powder with the refiner, and then sent into the crucibles to be smelted. So one thing is, we could take this and first of all invert it like this. Yeah, that kind of makes me want to switch my logic. Because if we say... No, I want 3. Thank you. Okay, so if we say... Okay, so I believe the copper powder is going to be the yellow output, right? If the steel was the yellow output, it's the successful output, basically. So we can have that directly into the crucible. Each of these crucibles is going to take care of 5 per minute. 50% of the output, right? And so here we could very easily do this. Take a refiner on top. Have an elevator, take the impure copper powder, put it in here. You actually need to be flipped. Can I grab a refiner? I never can find them. Hello, refiner? Where are you? Oh, right here. Right. So you can be flipped. And essentially... if we... say have blocks, whatever... Oh, wait. No. This needs to be too high. Yeah, because that's the output. But then I can have an elevator going out like this. Then a belt. It's 30.5 in your room. I'd speak it was 30.8. Yeah, it's 32.6 in here right now. So I can relate. I can definitely relate. Turns out streaming makes your computer heat up. A little bit. But, I mean... well, I guess we took almost 2 degrees since I started the stream, so, you know. At some point during the stream, I'll open the windows when the temperature outside gets colder than inside. But I don't expect that to be, like, within the next 2 hours or something like that. Let me check, but... yep, 35.3 outside. Oh, 23.4 with the aircon. Oh, that sounds so good. I'm jealous. Okay, and then we feed the iron powder and the soap powder to this. That's pretty good, isn't it? The iron powder is somewhat trickier because it just needs a lot of grinders. But I think we'll manage. Like, so I can stack things on top, of course. We'll have something like this on top. Yeah. Like, we can have like stuff over here to enable binding up, but that's not a problem. And so across this, well, so first I'll need to merge these two. That might be the trickiest in here. We might need to go one wider just to collect the copper powder and bring it down, because I can't have... You know what I'd love in this game? It would be so great if I could have an elevator that has intermediate stops. Inputs or outputs in the middle. But to be fair, that would destroy a little bit the puzzle of it. But yeah, it would be great to be able to be like, hey, I have an elevator that takes this and goes down. Done. Unfortunately, that's not quite possible. So I'll have to have something like this with a belt and then an elevator. But then how do I feed this, right? I could... Okay, here's what I could do. It's not necessarily a bad idea, actually. Kinda like this idea. I could replace this with an elevator that goes down from here. And then we need to replace this one, of course. And so now my two inputs are basically right here and right here. Or whatever, it doesn't need to be this belt. But I can have one input right here, one input right here for this entire thing. And like, of course, down there at some point I'll need like to feed the furnace somewhere. I don't expect these stone blocks to stay. But yeah. Yeah, no, actually that works out great. So can I do a setup where my stone furnace for the ash is at the bottom? Then that would be ideal. Also, we'll have to think about this. So the ash needs to feed into the blender. think can make it work. This was just us discussing like heat sources. So, nurseries. What I'd like would be to have maybe like 2 nurseries like that, taking nutrients from a belt in the middle. And first things first, these 2 can have a lab stand, a metal stand on top. So I can build on top of these. One of these nurseries needs to feed 8 extractors, and that's not ideal because, well, 8 extractors does not fit in a 3x3 space. Curiously. And the other one needs to feed all these crucibles. Right? So let's say, okay, I have a furnace here. Actually, it's probably not gonna be right here, is it? If I go with my ID. Because I'd like to have this set up across, basically. Well, maybe I could. Maybe I could. It would be challenging. Because I'm using all the space on both sides. So I couldn't really handle either input of output of these crucibles. So maybe that's not actually a great idea. Is there a universe? Big question here. I'm trying to think and talk at the same time and it's not working. Is there a universe where I actually do what I did here? Where I have this setup like 90 degrees to the furnace, so the path in the middle is kind of free actually. I think that could be done. It might not be such a bad idea. And then I could have whatever I want here on the side of it. Yeah, the more I consider that, the better of an idea it seems to be. Let's see, if I were... So that's my output right here. So I might want to have that near the middle so I can feed it into here. which would mean that my input of iron sand and soap powder would be on the side. Is that a problem? Not necessarily, but it would be in the side in the middle of the build, and that's not necessarily a problem either, I don't think. Yeah. But I think I'll need to flip the furnace. So what if we say we have the furnace right here? Oh, we'll need maybe a little bit of separation. Actually, yes, we will need a little bit of separation. My bad. But we might need more separation than that. Because I might have issues feeding the fuel upwards. Let's try. So we take what we just built. And we want the output to be right there. Okay. So far so good. Yeah, so that's the concern I had. I need to bring this belt here, and to bring the belt that's gonna be feeding this fuel furnace, this stone furnace, right here. How do I do that? One thing I could do first. This has no consequence. I can remove this. I mean, I need to rebuild it, but I'm not destroying the entire thing if I do, right? Which is what's important here. So here I could have an elevator bringing the fuel from right here into the furnace. And then on top of this, I can just replace whatever I had before. Good. So then I just need to bring all of this down. And here I'm thinking... what if we bring this up? No. So there are several things we could do. I mean, technically we could just have a merger. That would make my life easier. I think I might do that. That might make my life so much easier. No, I don't have the space for it. What am I saying? I don't have the space for it. Not if I put it this condensed. If I put it one further, then yes. But if I place it right here, I do not have the space. So is there a way to do it without pulling it one foot? That is the question. And without encroaching on whatever's happening on this side too. Essentially, I want an elevator that goes down and joins this belt, right? And it can't come across this, because right here we need a fuel line. That's going to feed, well, the furnaces for all the builds. So, how do we handle this? I'm sure there is a solution. Well, I think there is a solution, but there might not be. I might be sorely wrong. There's definitely a solution if I encroach on that space right in the middle here. I might be able to, honestly. It might be an okay solution. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So, let's remove these stone blocks. We can have an elevator, bringing down materials. Let's say from here. No, not a box. Not a box. And then we can just like have the same thing we had over here, but it's going to feed into an elevator feeding into the basically. It's as easy as that. I don't know why I'm insisting on having things so compact. It's making my life difficult. But I just like having things compact. It feels good to have things super compact. But it's making my life so much harder than it needs to be. It's stupid. But I love it. Okay, so we are feeding the copper that's being produced over here into this belt down here, and this copper, let me see if I can look inside, ends up in this. I don't think I can point at it. This machine right behind here. And the same on the other side, that are making copper bearings from copper ingots. An overcomplicated, over-engineered build in an All-Star game? Surely not. Yeah, but look at that, isn't that satisfying? To be like, hey, I feed soap powder and iron powder into that, and that's making copper. That's making 20 copper per minute. I just need to have soap powder and iron powder in these two beds. Which we can figure out later which does what. We have all this space too if we need to, so we have plenty of space to work with. Talking about which, we'll need the soap build next. It is satisfying, but whether it's worth it is a whole other discussion. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Okay, so that's that taken care of. So I think let's move this. basically in line with that. So we know like where we're going to place it, right? It's gonna get squished against this eventually, which does mean that this furnace is definitely on the wrong side. And I do need one space here, so if I want the furnaces to be symmetrical, like, it needs to go there. But that's detail. The problem here, I guess, is that all my sketching is over here. What if I just move my sketching? That would be okay. I move my soap sketch. Why did one of the extractors not come with me? That's stupid. What the heck? And why do I have boxes? Oh yeah, because I was building like the top part over here initially. Okay. So yeah, we're building soap, and then we're going to grab this soap and squish right against it. So one thing we need to have, because of the other build, is this belt. Which is going to be the fuel belt. And then they're going to merge together and what. I do have one space available on this side if I want to. Like, that's an option. And I could move this nursery further if I wanted, but this one I can't. I'm going to leave it. So, on top of this, we are going to need 9 stackable crucibles. To burn all the sage into plant. I guess over here I could have the extractors if I wanted. Could be an option. It's actually a good thing that we have space around this furnace, because we'll need elevators on the sides to deal with the sage. So I think that's actually, we did a good thing here. For design consistency, I'm going to have the opening right here on the bottom of the furnace, although it would probably be more usable at the top. Whatever. I think I'm just going to have stone blocks here. So that's my input of the crucibles. I can have elevator. You bring the sage from here to here, you bring the sage up, you bring the sage up, and that's everything. So. Over here. And then over there. Yeah, one thing I was mentioning, Hebe, but I think you weren't there at the time. Do let me know if the motion sickness issues you were having with watching when I played this game are better. I tried lowering my mouse sensitivity so I don't move as abruptly as I used to be. Okay, and so all of this is going to be feeding into these blenders. I'm thinking maybe we could have... It's gonna be a mess. But maybe we can make it work. Maybe we can have the blenders like over here. I do need to set the recipes. It does seem a little less jarring. Okay, that's good. If it needs to be reduced further, I can probably reduce it further. Okay, so if we do that. So that's my nutrient belt. And I can just say, okay, my fuel belt is just right. It continues. That's okay. So then on top of this, I'm going to add another one right here. Nope. I think it works out with the rest of the build. Let's go check. Yeah. Yeah, we do have a belt right here, so that's perfect. Oh, though we have to be mindful that this space on top of this is being taken by an elevator already. Is it a problem? It might be. That's what I was worried about. Okay, so what if we take it like from the top to the blenders? So we need an elevator right here, which means we can't have an elevator between these two levels. Over here. And so we'd have an elevator right here. That won't work either. So what I'm thinking here... So this is going to be my sage nursery. Not my sage, my flax nursery, right? I could have an elevator coming out right there. And feeding into my 8 extractors. So these can be 3. And we can have the 2 other... Oh, that doesn't even work. Hang on a second, I forgot that I need space for the belts. Okay. Well, that might make my life easier, actually. Oof, what did I do here? You wouldn't call me jarring, maybe more of a cunning. What do you mean a cunning? No, Alastor is cunning. Yeah, I think actually that solved some of my issue. Dungeon, little gremlin, away with you. I'm the amazing uncanny Alistair. Uncanny? I'm not even a VTuber. That's a good point, actually. I'll need to grind the soap afterward. Where do I do this? I mean, I guess I could have... Wait, could I have a metal stand on top of this? Would it be allowed? No. That doesn't work. So I'd need to have beams or something on top of that to be able to build there. Can I have a stand on top of extractors? Am I allowed to do that? Yes, I can do that. Okay. Let's have a belt so we can at least test this concept. We need one more extractor in line. We know of that, but I want to test the pipes if they're allowed to be in this space here. It seems that's a yes. Even though it's a bit difficult to do. Maybe I should have put the lab stand last. Gosh. No. Damn it. Game. That's not what I was trying to play. At all. Why? Like it's placing random amounts of stuff. I think it's because I have a too shallow view of it. And so it's kind of confused as to where I'm pointing. It's a bit annoying, to be fair. I'd be such a cute little mouse tuber. Yeah, I've considered, like, I want at some point to have, like, a face identity to the stream, if that makes sense. And one issue is, well, first I don't have the equipment one way or the other. At the moment, I need to buy stuff and set stuff up, etc. if I want to be a face tuber, one of the issues, so for those who may not be aware what a face tuber is, it's someone who has their face on stream, basically. One of the issues is I have pretty bad allergy. And so there are some streams where, thanks to the magic of microphone, it doesn't come through, but I have my nose running the whole stream. And there's literally nothing I can do about it, because I have allergies. And like I have to mute all the time to cough or to blow my nose or whatever. But you can mute a microphone so it doesn't come through, etc. If I was a face tuber, there's no way I could have a face cam on these days, right? Like that no. So, yeah. If I had a PNG tuber, that would be less of an issue. And being a VTuber, like having a good model that's good enough that it's not jarring, is just out of my budget. A good VTuber model can be like the price of a car, basically. That's not even a consideration. But yeah, a PNG tuber could be definitely a stopgap measure at the minimum. You had the same issue when you're not standing on at least a small elevation. Yeah. Oh, with pipes. Yeah. Just a little mouse PNG with a wrench in the corner. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking is a PNG tuber, a little bit like Spud does, or Maple, or Elf. Many people in the community. So that might be in our future. But then again, we come back to the problem of I need to get some art done. Why is this elevator starting here? That makes no sense. I messed up here. Speaking of that, you've been looking into getting a motorbike license because you want to have some more freedom to move around, but you're scared to death of being in a car, so that's not an option. Yes, you're aware, bikes are more dangerous. It's trauma related, not racial, fair enough. Just getting a license is already €2,000. Yeah, it's pretty much the same as getting a car license, right? Like, you need lessons, you need training. It's a lot of hours of somebody like being on a bike next to you and advising you. Like, I don't know if that takes into account having to like get the license. The code de la route, we call it in France. I don't know how it's called over there, but basically it's the paper that says you know the laws well enough that you are allowed to take a license, which you'd need for it depends. If it's a proper motorbike, you need it. If it's like a scooter or something, or a small enough one, you might not need it. But yeah, training for driving is expensive, that's for certain. It doesn't have the theoretical part included. Scooters don't need a license, they're under a certain engine power, yes, same in here. But you do need some training and you do need like a minimal theoretical thing that generally you pass at school. You don't think there's even training required? I'm pretty sure in France there's like, it's not a lot of training, but it's like basic training. A few hours of it. I'm not entirely sure because I never got that. Never used these kind of stuff, but yeah. Okay, so extractor. I'm starting to need boxes. I still haven't solved like what I do with this. But we'll see when it comes to it. Okay. I think let's do pipeline over here. Oh, Brink! Welcome, Brink of Peeps! How are you doing? Hello, hello, welcome in. I missed who joined. Brink, of course, was first. Welcome, Julforia, welcome, Blix. How are you all doing? What were you playing today, Blink? Brink. Oh my gosh. My brain is a little bit scrambled. Overwatch, of course. Yeah, my brain is a little bit scrambled with the heat, so don't mind me if I'm speaking nonsense at some point or another, or most points really. It happens. It happened. But how are you all doing? I hope you had a great stream. If you do need to raid and run, of course, you're welcome to do so. But if you want to stay with us for a while, I would very much enjoy all of your company. Hey Maple, hello. Hello you cutie. So yeah, if some of you don't know me, welcome in, I am Alistair, and I play a lot of city building games, colony building games, factory building games, and puzzle games. At the moment we are playing two games mainly. This one, Alchemy Factory, which is a cute little shop game with extras. Currently we're talking 11 floors extras. Yeah, my shop is down there somewhere in this blue building. So yeah, that's a factory building game. And we are playing Seance of the Blake Manor, which is a point-and-click puzzle game, which is really, really fun. We're chasing ghosts. There is a seance that's being organized, and somebody disappeared. And so we're trying to understand what's happening. Where did she go? Who murdered her? We don't even know if somebody murdered her at the moment. We don't know if she's alive or not, and we're 3 streams in. So yeah. So yeah, very fun. Both games. I usually stream on Wednesdays and Sundays. And yeah. Today is Alchemy Factory. On Sunday is probably gonna be Seance of Late Manor. Some Jurassic World Evolution 3, Burgling Gnomes, and Overwatch. Ooh. Oh, that's a lot of games. I don't know how you manage to play several games in one stream. I'm gonna be honest. I cannot switch games usually. It's so hard to switch games. I get hyper focused on something. And it's like, no, I don't want to stop right now. How is it going? It's going good. It's going good. I am overheating a little bit. It is currently 33 degrees in my room. So you can imagine it's slightly hot. But basically the same as most of Europe. But other than that, I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you? How are all of you? How has your Wednesday been treating you? Yeah, we're designing the new build today. It's been a while since we've designed the new build because we've been doing a lot of infrastructure and things like that. But we decided to go for a new build. We're making pocket watches. So we have 2 machines over here that are going to be assembling pocket watches, and they need glass for that, they need copper bearings, and they need steel gears. This part that you see over here, the big tower part, is making the glass, basically. We have the kilns over here that are transforming sand into glass, and basically what we're doing is we're buying stones, we are crushing it into smaller stones, and then we are grinding it into sand, and then we are melting it into glass. That's basically all there is to it. So you have the grinders right there, you have the stone crushers over there, and over there, and the purchasing portal on top. That's just purchasing stone. And then next to that, we are going to be making copper bearings with little machines that are hidden right behind there. I cannot click them anymore because I have stuff in front. And over here we have other processors, which are the same machines, which are going to be making the steel gears. So to make the steel, we have this thing over here, which is going to be making steel. It's basically going to take iron and coke powder. We feed the iron into these inputs here and the coke powder on these belts. It's going to mix it into steel. The problem is that a lot of the time making steel fails, and so we produce iron back that we feed back into the machine. So that's basically what this is doing. And then once we have steel, we send it down this line and onto elevators that feed it to these machines on the bottom. And then we need copper. So copper is being produced by this little contraption. You see another of these machines here that we have over there too. This is an Athanator. We mix stuff and generally it produces outputs, but not always the same. It has a probability of doing one, a probability of doing the other. One generally being successful and the other one slightly failed for some reason. So here we produce a mixture of copper powder, which we can smelt into copper ingots, and impure copper powder that we need to purify if we want copper powder, or that we can smelt into gold. Sorry, I grabbed the cable here. Hope it didn't make noise. And so that's what we are doing here. We are producing impure copper powder that we're sending to this refiner. And then everything we are producing is being sent into these two crucibles to smelt the copper powder that eventually we have into copper ingots. And these copper ingots are going to be the ones that go in the machines that are hidden to make the copper bearing. So that's basically what's going on here. And we are designing another part of the build that's going to slot itself right in here with a furnace like right in opposite this one basically. And so this is producing components for what we just built, because this alternator needs a mixture of soap powder and iron sand for making the copper. Yeah, I know it's weird. We are washing the iron and it's making copper for some reason. It is an alchemical shop. Don't try to poke too much sense into it, right? So iron I'm not too worried about, because we're also going to be feeding iron to the alternators over there, over here, on all of these inputs. So making the iron sand, we're going to need to grind some iron ingots. So basically we're going to be like smelting some iron ore into iron with these kind of smelters. We'll need 8 of them for the entire thing. And then we'll need grinders to grind some of the ingots into the sand that we need for this alternator. But we need a much larger setup to make the soap. If I look at the exploded view of what we need a nursery that's going to be growing flax and feed it into these 8 extractors to make flax oil. We're going to need a second nursery that's going to be producing sage and feed it into these crucibles to make plant ash. And then we are going to mix the two of them, the linseed oil, sorry, not the flax oil, and the plant ash to make soap. And then we feed the soap to grinders to have soap powder, right? And so that's exactly what we're trying to build here, but in a more condensed way. So you have the 2 nurseries that you find. You have the furnace with all the crucibles. This nursery is feeding into all these furnaces. These furnaces are collecting their output and feeding it into the blenders. And this nursery has a belt here feeding all these extractors that feed through a pipe into the blenders too, and that should mix into soap. So next we need to grind the soap, basically. That's all we have left to do. And then we'll need to feed the soap to one of these 2 belts. That's also going to be important. So yeah, you're caught up basically. That's what I was looking into. And so over here we have 2 belts, one for fertilizers that's going to be feeding these nurseries. And this belt is the fuel belt that feeds, I don't know if you see here, that furnace entrance. And that's basically the same belt that we have right here to feed this furnace. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh wait, I messed up. Didn't I? Yeah, I think I messed up. I placed an elevator right here, but we already have an elevator here. These are going to be occupying the same space. I can't have that. I knew there was a complication with this. Is there any space here? Not really. I might have an idea. Let me just check one thing. Yeah, it's just the bottom block that's being used. The top block is free. Okay. Okay, I have an idea. So what if we remove all of this? We remove that. And instead of having... Let's see... I'm going to have wood blocks cosplaying as this elevator. That way we know that the wood blocks are something that's already there, we can't place something here, right? Or even better, I just would have a copy of the elevator. Yeah, that would work, actually. Right. We have the elevator that's here, and we can't mess with it. What we can do... I don't know why I went into this menu to get an elevator. Is have an elevator over here. So we can have a belt here, feed into this elevator, feed down, and potentially go even straight here. That would work. Then all we need is to take whatever is here and feed it to this. I think we can do that. Yeah, I think we can achieve that. Possibly even in a fairly compact way. I see several ways I think we can do it. Wait a minute. No, what am I doing? That makes no sense. Okay, put the extractor back, please. It doesn't need to set a recipe. That's fine. Okay, I think we can actually replace these blocks. I had a plan which doesn't work, but that's fine. So we can collect these. Can go over there. Gosh, it's hard to see in the middle of my builds. That's a feature of my builds. It doesn't have to be like that. If you've never seen this game before and you see me play this game for the first time, do not be scared. TB can attest that it doesn't have to be like that. TB was just... she just caught the bug with this game. I finally converted her. It doesn't have to be overcomplicated. Like this, you don't have to build something super compact, super like tall like I'm doing and all of that. You can go wide, you can spread out if you want. You can take a lot of space. I sound entirely too proud of myself for having converting you? Shouldn't I be? I honestly didn't think you would be the one to be converted to this game. So I think that's a good reason to be proud of myself. Okay, so we can merge like that. Yeah, so I'm overcomplicating things a little bit by trying to have very compact builds. That's basically a design rule I impose upon myself because I think it leads to interesting builds. But you don't have to, you really don't. It's much faster and easier to play this game if you don't. If you don't play like I do. Okay, so then I just need to have these feed in here. And now we're fine, we're not occupying this space anymore. Yeah, good. I have another problem, which is that I'd like to build on top of this. But I can't, because I can't place like a belt or whatever on top of these blenders. You do play these kind of games occasionally. It's just that you usually go for the more cutest pixel art, less intense games. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, Ibis wouldn't enjoy this game because she enjoys more yeah, less intense games, essentially. More late bad games, that's the word I was looking for. So I didn't expect you to enjoy this, but I'm very happy that you do. Don't get me wrong. Okay, so I can't use this. I can't use that. Oh, maybe I can. Hang on a minute. Can use that? So wait, does it mean I can use possibly this? No. That's a step too far. But if I put blocks down here and just fill that gap, I should be able to do that. Oh, that's good. And so wait, no, this doesn't work, right? How do I handle this one in the middle? Oh, that's more tricky. Like I can have these one tall scaffoldings over here. That's a possibility, definitely. But I don't know what to cover this with. Possibly if I want to cover this with anything, I need to go one block taller. Overall. It's a possibility, I'd rather not. But I can, I guess. Well, first things first. Do I put a window in front of this? I guess. No? I got turned around on my keyboard. as you do. But hey, hang on a second. What if I had these one higher? And maybe I can have... No, I can't have the grinders below them because then the extractors will be in the way. Oh, that sucks. Unless I also have the extractors one higher. So they can shift back by one. Which isn't necessarily a bad idea. Crap. That might actually be a great idea even. I might redo this entire thing. Do I take a copy paste of it to do a second version? I think I do, because I don't want to break this. One thing to be careful about with pipes is that you need to copy the whole volume, because a simple copy paste won't copy the pipes. I lack ropes. Okay. Let's jump down the building. We don't have fall damage in this game. That's going to allow me to show you the shop. I talked about the fact that we have a shop, but I stayed up there. I shouldn't have. That's our shop. Welcome into my little alchemy shop. We are selling potions, we are selling mortars, gears, more gears, glass, all kinds of stuff. Bandages, jewelry. Oh, we have a diamond in stock at the moment. Artifacts, we have none in stock at the moment, I see. We even sell black powder and salt, black powder being the latest addition. Apparently your fear of heights is triggered by my factory. I almost said if you have fear of heights, don't look, I'm gonna jump down, but I didn't. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have given people a warning. Did I watch the Dave Chappelle clip on friendship? I have no idea who Dave Chappelle is, so probably not. I don't know. Are you expecting me to have cultural references? Come on. He's a comedian. Yeah, I guessed. But other than that, I have no idea. What he looks like, what he did, whatever. So, if I've seen a clip of him, I know even less. Yeah, so this is our shop, and so customers come in the shop. Oh, here's an artifact, that's a Jupiter artifact. Customers come in the shop, they grab some stuff. Here you go, she's grabbing some pulleys, some bandages, she goes to the counter. We have an automated cashing machine that takes her money and puts it on belts and sends it to the factory. Well, if the factory isn't full, otherwise it might just get converted into gold coins and get into the pipe, right? So what's the factory doing? Well, the factory is making all the stuff that are being sent by these cannons on this shelf. So over here, for example, on this floor, we are making advanced fertilizer, we are making coke powder, which are all things we're going to use in the build that you've seen me designing. And you see like many of the same devices that we've been placing around on the top floor that are being used here and just being assembled into a big machine, right? Actually, while we're here, let me check if we have like seeds in one of these boxes. This is a box of like junk, basically. Yeah, a sage seed and a flax seed, that's exactly what I needed. So over here we are producing coke powder, for example. Each of these units produces, I think, 5 coke powder per minute. Coke powder is a fuel, but it's also an ingredient that's... It's not our main fuel anymore for the factory. It's mainly going to be used as an ingredient for making steel. So yeah. And so you see on these shelves over here, there are belts that are going around the factory. These belts are bringing money, fertilizer, coke powder, and fuel to everywhere else in the factory. Coke powder and fuel used to be the same thing. It's not anymore because we now have a better fuel to fuel, well, most of the factory. On this floor, well, you see that we're using a good amount of advanced fertilizer to feed nurseries that are sending plants up there. We are making like iron and steel and nails. These anators are my basic steel setup, basically. So yeah. They're doing pretty much the same thing we've been setting up over there. Over here we are making clay and bricks and glass with this setup. Over here we're making gears and planks. And over here stone and mortar. And this is making bronze rivets and copper bearings. Do I need anything from this floor? Since we're making a run for supplies, I have plenty of planks, I have nails, gears, steel. Yeah, I think I'm pretty fine. I have most of what I need. I might refill iron. Although, yeah, no, might as well. I'm not sure I should have 2 stacks of iron. Over here we are making soap. You see this build seems very large because it was designed at a time where I had only basic fertilizer. So I have way too many nurseries for what I need. This is basically the exact same amount of soap that's being produced here, 3 machines worth, as what we've just set up. What we've just set up is just so much more compact because we have unlocked some new tech. And we just need 1 nursery of each now. So yeah, we have stack egg crucibles that we didn't have at the time. This is making vitality potions. Same, it's an old setup. This one's making turquoise. Very importantly, we do need some ropes over here. So yeah, that's ropes, linen, bandages, and health potions. Over there we have transformation potions and a basic setup for diamonds. on the next floor, we are crafting pulleys. This is... Hang on, I'm getting lost. Yeah, this is my pulleys. Pretty proud of that build, to be fair. It's a fairly compact one. It's one of my early compact builds. And this, and all of this floor is making Jupiter artifacts. Because we have like 6 of the same build, basically. So each of these builds is making Jupiter artifacts, I think once every 10 minutes. This is the bedroom, of course. We all need a bedroom. On this side, we are making Saturn artifacts and salt on this build. That's like, I guess, the first huge build. More fuel. Or coke powder. This is my Mars artifact build. This one is not a huge tower build. It is a bunch of smaller builds. So this is making steel, gears and iron nails. And each of these are making copper bearings and bronze rivets. Because we need like 2 bronze rivets per second and 1 copper bearing per second and 2 nails per second and 1 steel gear per second. That's kind of insane speed at which we need this. And you see that this machine is working full speed. Okay, almost full speed. We have mostly fixed it. It should be full speed. I'm not entirely sure why it's not. And this build needs a stupid amount of coke powder. So like the next 4 floors are for coke powder. But to be fair, these days we might not need as much. And this is our latest build. That you see isn't quite encased in things. Which is our new source of fuel, black powder. So this thing is making black powder. And making a lot of it. Why is this not being fed? Huh. Weird. Is it the same on this side? No, they all work here. Not quite sure what was happening there. And yeah, so you see the same distribution system on these shelves. That's the one from the lower floor. The one from this floor is here. And over here you can peek into what's happening to transfer items from one floor to the other. Basically. And so we were on top of this tower. Because we are designing a new build to make pocket watches. And so yeah, that's all coke powder. Which will feed into this build incidentally. Because this build will need all 4 goods we are distributing. Money, coke powder, fuel, and fertilizer. Okay, here we are. That was the tour of the factory. Oh, wait a minute. It's fine. I didn't delete this, so I can just take another copy because I'm pretty sure I deleted the copy I had saved. It would have been kinda sad to have deleted the entire thing. Okay, so my idea here is what if I bring the extractors up and the blender up? I think we can make that work. Yeah. So let me delete basically all of this to begin with. Oh gosh, I love these tools. Probably this. A lot of this becomes unnecessary. Right. So my idea here is if I keep this elevator, right? I just have a belt here. No, down here, what should I do? I guess I should have stone. Maybe scaffolding, stone. Ooh.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Follows are anonymous. If somebody wants to follow and lurk, you are absolutely welcome to. I won't call you out. I do appreciate the follows nonetheless. Okay, so we have flax, we have sage. You had fallen asleep, oh. And here we are. Well, welcome in. Thank you very much for your follow. And I hope you enjoy it here. You were an EP boy. That's absolutely fair. Especially, I don't know if you are in the region where it's super hot, like I am. But like, these past few days, I normally never take a nap. These past few days, I've fallen asleep watching streams a lot. Just because it's so hot. That my body is like, you know what? Let's sleep it off. It's in the 30s, inside or outside? If it's outside, that's relatively okay. If it's inside, well, that's more a problem. Outside, oh. No, not too bad then. Over here it's in the 40s. Well, it's getting up there at least. It's not every day in the 40s, but yeah. We are peaking up around 40, 38, 39, 40, 41. This kind of stuff. And humans are not supposed to function in these temperatures. I think that's just like all there is to it. This might be a problem. So what I was picturing here would be to have the grinders right there. And then, where's my mixers? Oh, come on. The blenders. The blenders can be right here. You are making soap, sir. And then I can very easily just have elevator going down. But now I have a problem, right? So what to do? And like the advantage of having that is that I can, well, if I remove these belts over here, I can have my elevators like this. It's very easy to feed the ash to the soap blender. I might need like a stone or two. But essentially done. But so we're having issues with this then. It comes down to the same problem, like I'm having issues with the extractors, which are interfering with the grinders because of this specific elevator. Can I get rid of it? Somehow. I don't want to go wider than that because the whole build seems that it can fit in there. So what to do? Even if I were to bring this up further by one, which would line up the pipes here with the pipes of these, I wouldn't clear this. So that wouldn't solve anything. Reversing this isn't really an option because, well, first of all, because there's this elevator here, but we... yeah, no, it would be tricky to get rid of it. We could get rid of it by flipping this and having maybe this belt come here. But then we end up with like a belt of soap powder that's right in the middle of the build, which is not very practical either. So how do I remove that? Ideally, my soap powder would like go away this direction, right? And so this cannot be connected. Let me check something. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the build doesn't need to be any longer because I have enough space to put the 8 stone furnaces on top of it. I might not even need to have stuff on top of these blenders, which would be good news. Because if the build was longer anyway, we could be like, oh, let's just take some space over here and whatever, right? You can't really do that. Let's see. Could we possibly use that space? I don't think so. I mean, maybe actually. But then it comes down to the same issue I was having with the other belt, which is how do I feed this upwards anywhere, right? If this space is taken now, so I can't go through there, I can't go through there because there's this elevator. So this is trapped. I guess I could have elevators going up right here. But then that compounds the problem again. Because then to feed that, I would hope to have a belt on top of this. And it becomes nonsense. Oops. Ooh, that sent a shiver down my spine. It's triggering my fear of heights too. Brr. This feeling of falling for like 2 seconds. Ugh. I felt that. This is a bit of a conundrum. I think I'm going to have to go taller. At the end of the day, I think I don't have that many options. I just have to go taller. Possibly just one taller is enough on this. Okay, so let's try that. If I'm going to do this, I might as well try to arrange it so I have as much working space as possible inside. Right? So let's go against this side with the belt. And then essentially we want this to get on top of this. Oh wait, wrong direction. And so can I have a lab stand, a 2 tall lab stand now? No, I can't. Not even a 3 tall lab stand actually. It's okay. It's completely okay. because I'm fairly certain I can use 2 tall lampstands instead, and that will perfectly do the job. Well, we'll need to see where this needs to go. Actually, this might need to go on this level, or at least it could. That would be pretty easy if we do that. Right. My ground soap can go here, down 1 level, and this will be right against this. This will be right behind. So then I can just build something on the side because it's going to be like right in that space. And I can bring it here. And that would be fine. So if we build it right now, essentially this elevator connects to this belt that I just placed. You have to do a little bit of gymnastics because I'm building stuff that are going to assemble together in a complex way. But yeah, this elevator essentially connects to this belt. That's fun. Okay. So I placed these 2 tall lampstands like this because I was concerned that I would need to have elevators here, but actually I don't. Let me line them up in the direction I lined up everything. And I guess just stone blocks here. Whatever. And then we can put down the extractors once again. If I can find the extractors once again. Which is not always a given. So we need 8 of them. And then that. To feed them. And in darkness bind them. Add an elevator to connect. That should do the trick. Did we solve it? Okay, so nutrient and coke powder come, or no, not coke powder, fuel. Nutrient and fuel come in. Sage goes up this elevator. These elevators into the crucibles. Out the crucibles into this series of elevators to make plant ash that goes into the blenders. Okay. Nutrient goes in the flax nursery. Flax goes up this elevator. Out here. This elevator, into the extractors that make linseed oil that is going to go inside the blenders to mix with the ash to make soap. Soap gets into the grinders. gets ground to powdered soap, gets into there and goes on to make the copper. Yeah, that worked. I just need the pipes. But other than that, everything works. Hey! Would you look at that? So, my pipes. No, I don't think I have them on hotbar. Ooh. Okay. Could go like this and just connect like that. Or I could even connect like that. Not sure which is better. Either should work. Okay, okay. So we can remove this version and we can copy this. Do we keep a copy? I think it's safer to keep a copy. I'll have to replace the plants, but that's no big deal. Here goes nothing. Okay, okay. That all seems to work. I might need to transmute into a small thing so I can go inspect that the furnace connected properly. I think that's a good idea to do. Before I build any further, when you copy paste stuff in this game, sometimes things just don't connect properly. Oh, I got a charcoal powder in my inventory. Oh, cute. Hey, it's a Skog. How are you doing? Boo-boo? We are inspecting our build. Okay, yeah, that connected. That's good, that's good. And then it goes in here and it goes to the rest of the factory. Okay, so the fuel line is connected, alright. Should I inspect the upper part or am I content with that? I think I'm content with that. I think that should work. So let's go back to being tall boy. Okay. So. The next challenge would be that we need to provide iron sand in here Oh, hang on. Give me back the seeds before I forget. We put the seed. No. In there. Okay, good. And we need to feed iron to each of these. These iron will come from basically 2 furnaces. And we are going to have 6 furnaces being ground down by 15 enhanced grinders to provide the rest. I'm kind of thinking, like, this is a 5 wide space, isn't it? Should do the job of the grinders pretty nicely, I think. The only issue with that is that if I do this, I can't really like have, like I did here, the elevators on the side, right? Because I don't have space on the sides. Well, I guess I would have space on this side, but not on the other one. So that's one thing to be aware of. But at the same time, if I put them one further, and I don't see why I couldn't do that. Oh, you tricksy lab stand. Right, so if I put them here, I got 5. Like this. I think I should be able. To get my iron sand over here. Pretty easily, in fact. So if we say, hey, that's an output, that can essentially be the output of this entire thing. And then... Wait, why is this scaffolding the wrong direction? No, that won't do. Better? Oh. Or? I have an idea. Yeah, that should work, actually. Okay, we're going to reverse these belts. Why should this go down? It doesn't have to. This can just stay up there. And it gives me a much better view in the internals of my build. And this can have directly the elevator feeding down from there. Because why not? I don't need to have two elevators when one can do the job. And it doesn't change anything for that elevator if it goes here or there, really. The space is there anyway, or whatever. Okay, so what's over there? Oh gosh. That's deep. That's deep in the middle of the build. That's okay. So the iron sand can come onto this belt from the next floor. Then we put down the line of scaffolding, of course. And we do the same over here. Easy. Yep. That worked. We need to rebuild this. Let's not forget that. That's important. I do need this section. Do I put a two tall one? Yeah, I think I put a two tall one just so I can see inside. It's easier on me. I like the look less than having a one tall lab stand and then having a stone on top. I think would look better. But this is more prudent. So a stone here. Lab stand there. I'm going to use boxes so I can see what I'm doing. Question here is where does my iron come from? Right, because essentially I'm going to do the same thing. The only difference is going to be like the direction it goes depending on where my iron comes from. I think my iron is going to come from here. I'm pretty sure. So let's see. We're going to have like two furnaces over here, which can feed this entire thing. So these three lines, I think, yeah, probably for the best. Unless we put it here. If we put it here, where does it bring us? So 1, 2, 3, 4. It does bring us over this, which I would prefer not. There is a world where maybe we just encroach on that one. But then it's like, oh, this is flush, and then it's a mess. Because I have to go with belts on top of this. So I think I do get flush against this with my furnaces. So we're going to have a structure here to support the furnaces in the middle, of course. But we can do. So if we have these furnaces right here, 1, 2, 3 wide, and then for the other ones I need three furnaces each side. So 1, 2, and 3. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Right. And so then this space is free to do stuff. That's good. That's good. So then this can like go on top of this and feed in here. Ta 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 ta. Goes down over there. Goes down over there. Okay, so now we know where to place the elevator. And the belts, of course. Nom, 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 nom. Should I leave a view in here? Oh, idling light! Entering the cheese zone and becoming 37% more blood Auvergne today. For a grand total of 126% blood Auvergne. Nice! Congratulations, idling light, on reaching 100% blood Auvergne. This would have been an achievement if Sven didn't get there first. But hey, congratulations nonetheless. I mean, it is an achievement. I shouldn't say it would have been an achievement. It is an achievement. You're just not the first to get to this achievement. So yeah, if anybody's confused, we have a cheese zone, which is a channel points redeem that we have on this channel. You can once per stream either enter the cheese zone to become a little bit more of a random cheese in a list, or you can grab a cheese from the cheese zone. Then you have to target a specific cheese from the list. Blood Auvergne would be one, for example. And you can become a bit more of this specific cheese. Although you'll get a little bit less cheese than if you grab randomly. And there are achievements to be had when you reach 100%, 200%, 300% of each cheese. And if you're the first, then the system will remember it. And forever you shall be known as the very first to have reached this achievement. So my furnaces will be on this level. I guess let's go with that for now. We can always change it if we want to later. I think I'm just going to have a row of lab stands on top of this because it makes my life easier. Oh gosh. Let's clear a little bit of space, put down boxes, so I can stand next to the build and not fall everywhere. I'm going to need boxes over there too. Etoscog making me speak French. Making me speak tongue twisters. Chez les papous, il y a des papous papas. Wait, what? That's a new version? Des papous papas à pou papa et des papous à pou. Ok. Chez les papous, il y a des papous papas à pou papa et des papous papas à pou papa. Des papous papas à pou papa. Non, des papous papa à pou papa et des papous papa à pou papa. Ok, let me try it again. Chez les papous, il y a des papous papa à pou papa, des papous papa à pou papa. Des papous papa papa. Wait. No, that works. That works. I thought there was a confusion here. Chez les papous, il y a des papous papa à pou papa, des papous papa à pou papa, des papous papa à pou papa et des papous papa à pou papa. Ooh, that was just the first. Un vieux chasseur sobre, plein de santé, mais atteint de cécité, chaussé de souliers souillés, sans cigare, fut dans la nécessité de chasser seul sur ses champs-ci en Sicile un sinistre chat sauvage. Il siffle à ses chiens châtains, satin, chauvin, et suivit son chemin. Ooh, I like this one. Papier, panier, piano. Oops, why oops? Did you not intend to have the... Pou papa and pou papa. Okay, so now we need to have some scaffolding in here. I guess the easiest way is to do this. Then we'll have beams across. Adjustable beams. Where are you? No? Further? Yes. It's copy-pasted and you didn't hear it, so you don't know if it's an alternative or a mistake. Well, it's definitely different. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. But it just surprised me. I didn't expect to get something different. It was like, wait a minute. Something's wrong in the Matrix. So do I put elevators here? I think I do. Yeah. So I'm going to have a belt that I think is going to... No, you do not merge with that. I said you do not merge with that. Hang on, because here it's looking for a belt. That's going to be my my belt for corkboard. which we need to feed in here. Actually, I think this belt will go like this. Yeah. Okay. Then we need to bring the iron down to these mergers. So we connect to this belt on each of these ones. And here we have the same problem. So what do I do with that? I'm thinking maybe you should keep being able to access the Athanator just in case, to see what's going on inside. So I'll put something in here, and then we can have a block. I just don't like the look of too much scaffolding, so I'm trying to have blocks a little bit if I can. It's not always easy. Okay, and I think over here this is going to come, so we're going to have furnace 1, that's the furnace fuel feed, furnace 3, and that's going to be the smelters level. So the smelters output should be right there. Okay. This is definitely gonna get covered. Honestly, same for all of this. These are belts. We don't have much of a choice. These are belts, they don't have much of a choice. What do I do here in the middle? I think scaffolding is probably... It's not something I'm going to be able to see from the outside. So aesthetics here is not really a consideration, or shouldn't be. Because, yeah, like that's a dense wall of elevators anyway from the outside, right? This is slightly more touchy. Why did I remove this elevator? This scaffolding, I mean. I apparently just placed it on top of this for some reason. What reason? I don't know. And these can just be blocks. Okay, so that's the support structure for my furnaces over here. And we'll need to continue it over here, of course. But we'll deal with this in a moment. Nope, I need blocks here. Because there are furnaces all the way. Okay. 1, 2. I've got a new skill point. Ooh, don't mind if I do. So last time, skill points, we finished completing the fuel efficiency and fertilizer efficiency column. So pretty much, no. We're on to like selling more and stuff like that. Until it turns out we're not producing enough, but I think, like, yeah. Sales ability. That seems nice. It doesn't make sense except if there's a category of head lice that are called Papa. Yeah, I guess. I don't know if there are male head lice or female head lice. Perhaps? Oh, we had 2 skill points actually. Oh, wow. Alright. Hey. We're going to be making money. I'm gonna have so much money. But also we're going to be selling a lot more stuff. So we might have things that start running out. That will be interesting. We'll need to see if we can keep up with everything. That might lead to redesigns, and that's interesting. Okay, so here we need to feed the furnaces. And so we're going to have a belt of fuel that comes over here at this level. That's basically what's going to happen here. And on top of these, we need smelters. Smelter. Like this. Okay. And the output is right there. So, what to do? Well, that's easy, right? A little bit of this. A little bit of that. And you can feed right in there. And I'm not gonna have a belt that's continuing because this really just needs 2 iron smelters and that's it. That's all we need here. And then the question would be, where do we bring the iron ore from? My guess is probably up there. We'll see. But probably we'll go and grab it from up there and bring it down here. Because that's easy. And then we need to do pretty much the same thing here. Except then we have a belt and we bring all the stuff, the iron or the iron ingots over here. And really that's gonna be it. We're seeing the end of this build. We're really nearing the end here. Oh, come on. I think might be a good idea to do something like this for the cork border. And so over here, yeah, that seems about right. Something like this? Or should I just like have blocks? Maybe I should just have blocks. Like that, and just a bell. Because why not? Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. And now we need to talk about this side, which is gonna be a slightly more tricky. Well, it's not that it's more tricky, it's just that, like, we need to make decisions, basically. How do we fill up that space? Honestly, this can be something like that and blocks. And maybe we have 2 lab stands here. So we have an access point inside. I'm not even sure it's worth it, honestly. There should definitely at least be this. This can just be beams or something. Or blocks. I guess I used stone blocks for the most part, so can just have stone blocks right here. But of course this is going to require scaffolding, but that's no big deal. Okay, then fuel line. Lab stands. Blocks. And really that's my output, so why not just have this elevator actually be on the right level straight away? I don't need a second elevator. Okay, and 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The output of iron ingots. 1, 2, 3. And a 1. And a 2. And a 3. Let's go. So how about this has 2 outputs, and this purchasing portal, you're not purchasing limestone, no, 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 no. You're purchasing iron ore. Yes, 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 yes. And we bring the iron ore down. Let's see. Do I go from here? You know what? Sure. It's not worth the effort to have a single elevator when 2 do the job perfectly well and are easier to set up. So, limestone, iron ore, put money in here, feed the stuff. The very, very last thing we need to do is just to feed them. And not fall down. Very important not to fall down. Sometimes I forget not to fall down. And then I break my shins and it's a whole mess. I really don't recommend. Okay. We are going to scaffold a little bit with stone blocks. And that is all there is to that build. I think we have a build complete in only 2 streams. That didn't happen in a while. That hasn't happened in a while. So we need 4 resources. We need cork powder, we need fuel, well we need... Okay, so we need money on top, over there. We need fuel, we need cork powder, we need another line of fuel, and we need fertilizer. The new monstrosity. It's not that monstrous. Look at it. Let me unencase it so we can look at it. No, do not remove the floor, please. I need that to have my build on it. Generally helps to have a floor to build on it. Let's remove all the boxes. And the other boxes. Yeah. It almost reminds me of one of our early Tor builds. It's not as long as the monstrosity, by far. Well, not by super far, but it's not as long. It's taller, it's about 2 floors high. But just 2 floors, it's not that high. It's 9 wide. Hey Pitaka, how are you doing? Oh, welcome in. No. Let's clear the stuff I used to sketch. Yeah, honestly, it's not that bad of a build, I think. I fell. What I really wanted was to see where the corner is of the building. Wait. Right, it lines up with that. Okay, so that's basically the end of the building. And I assume like this is in like open space basically. Can I remove this without destroying a bunch of stuff? I assume so. Yeah. Right. So basically that's the outside wall of the building. Alright. It's a smaller, cuter monstrosity. You could say a monstrosette. Oh, I like that. This is cute. This sounds so cute. A monstrosette. Let's save this as a blueprint. This is going to be pocket watch. Oops, I'm in caps lock. And I can't type. How many is it per minute again? Did we say 20 per minute? I think. Pretty sure that's what it was. Nope, it was 10 per minute. Okay. Let's go have a look at the blueprints. We can edit this. 10 per minute. That way, if something happens to this build, we're fine. We didn't delete the entire world. Okay, so I try to keep like 5 away from each wall, essentially. 5 tiles away from each wall is generally the rule. If we take a wall, and if we take a belt, this is 5 away. This is 5 away, except I went. Right. So that's the closest corner of the build. Actually, I should have done it like this. Come on. No, no. Here we go. Okay, so that's the closest corner we are willing to deal with. If we build it here, do we build it here? Is another question. Or should we build it over there, where we're closer to bringing it wherever it needs to go? Also closer to the floor. Technically, let's jump. This is still too low. Oh gosh, so this building, like the closest floor that doesn't have the fuel build in it, will be the next one. No, that's a monstrous build. This is the Black Border build. It makes... can't even remember how much it makes. Is it 1 per second? Each of these is 5 per minute. And you are like 2 wide. And like the last one is right there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 12. Yeah, one per second. This can make 1 black powder per second. If you haven't seen this build, it's the reason why we haven't like made a new build in a while. Because first of all, it took us a long time to design this one. Second of all, once we designed it, it took us a long time to fix it. Because it had issues. And third of all, it required a complete redesign of the distribution system across the entire base. So, was a long project to work. But now that we have this, we have black powder being distributed all across the factory. And that's pretty nice. But so next is the question. Where do we build this? I think I would be partial to building it on this side. This doesn't have the full thing. What do you mean not enough support? You're being picky. What do you mean not enough support? You're supported on 2 sides. What else do you want? Walls these days. I swear. They're being picky and annoying. No, but seriously, what's going on here? What do you mean not enough support? Is this because this is above the street? I mean, I could build these. I can build these, but not these. Oh. Oh no. Okay, so I think I know what's happening here. Hang on, we're going to jump down, so beware. Ooh. Okay, so we did this where we are advancing 1 tile over the street. And as a result, we don't have enough support because it's considering that we're overhanging by 1 and then 2, I think. It's transferring the support vertically. I tested and I thought we would be fine, but I didn't test well enough, it seems. That's a problem. It means we're going to require pillars inside, and pillars are not the friend of building something in the middle. Can technically have pillars down here. It's a possibility. I didn't think I would require them, but I can have. So let's have pillar. I think that should be enough. Let's try. Okay. And this still works. Yeah, this... I might need another pillar right here then. Or possibly here, but like that's in the middle of the space that we have reserved for the next of these builds. Okay. And then we need to figure out what we do in the middle. If we rejoin them into a big building or whatever. One thing I would like at the minimum... Right. Well, for now at least... Dang it. I want small platforms here. I guess these don't have to be small platforms, actually. Hey. Okay. Well, that was a misjump. So I'm not entirely sure what I do in the middle, but I know that this is the first space available for building a build. And over here we need to have the distribution system. Hang on a second. I got raided into a stream, I got jump scared. Somehow, sometimes, Twitch decides that, hey, actually, no, you're not muted anymore. Actually, your stream is not even paused anymore. I didn't even have a stream running, I'm pretty sure. It was just like, no, we're playing that. Okay, is this closed behind? I think it is. Okay. And I think these are placeholders? Let's see. So I have blueprints for these transfer things. And they are designed... Yeah, no, that would work, actually. Yeah, pretty much. Like this. Gosh. Yeah, like this. That lines up with all the elevators. And so you see coke powder, fuel, which is black powder at the moment, fertilizer and money going up, and is all being distributed through these pass-throughs to the walls that any build could grab. Another thing to consider is that over here we had a wall going downstairs. Do we keep having that upwards? I don't think so. If we need to bring something down, we bring it through the columns. Seems more reasonable. Okay, so, and we can enclose that if we want to. Like, we can hide it. That's the whole point of that. And then we'll have shelves distributing stuff around. And we have the same system over here that we could pick from if we want. Now to decide where we place it. I mean, it's less than a platform wide. And in terms of length... Let me see. I should have never done it like that. I've done an area select. Would have been much easier for me. It's less than 2 platforms long. Though there will be a little bit of things on this side to distribute stuff around. Whatever. It is too tall. Yeah, I think we can place it whatever. Maybe here, or maybe we shift it a little bit. No, I like having it here. Have a little bit of space around. This can be a space for like smaller builds a little bit. Oh. Yeah. Didn't have enough space in my inventory to store all of that, and the game is struggling a little bit with me having so much stuff. I mean, I could do that. I think I do it like this, actually. That way I leave a little bit of space at the end to manage output storage, basically. Do I want full platforms or do I want to have half platforms in case I need to dig a hole? I think I'm fine, but I will want to put this in half platforms. Just in case. Oh. In one go. We don't have the seeds that are probably upstairs in the baggie. The doggy bag. Actually, I can grab all of this. Hey, Rainforester. Look at this poor tripping streamer with massive blueprints. This is massive? No, this is not massive. Oh, you want to see something massive? I should not say that in front of Evie. She would have a field day with this sentence. This is massive. No, this is a massive one. For another massive build. This is a massive one. That's even taller than the other one. This is actually two builds. Well, interconnected, but yeah. These two are one build and this one is slightly separated. Comparatively, this is a chibi build. Hey Lanix, how are you doing? Welcome into. Isn't it cute? Isn't it a cute little build? Only two floors tall. 9 wide. About 2 floor tiles long. It's not that bad. You like massive. Uh-huh. So, shelves going left. Still shorter than the mountains. Yeah, I suppose. Oh no. Oh no, mistakes were made. Though not by much. This tower is 11 floors tall. This one is slightly smaller. Let's try that again. Okay. This should work. I think. And hope. Yes, it does. Good. Well, technically this tower will need to go one higher. If we want to handle this massive build properly. Yeah. That's kinda good, in a way. Because now both towers are about the same height. And we'll need to put down another one of these distribution systems on top. We'll do that slightly late. But that's typically probably what's gonna feed the money to our build. First things first, we can start with fertilizer, fuel, cork powder, and fuel. Actually, should I do cannons? At least for this fuel. That's an idea. Okay, first. So, bottom belt is money, middle is fertilizer, and top front is fuel. So for the bottom, we will need fertilizer and fuel. So I think I can go elevator. Is that correct? Yes. This would be fertilizer. Go right there. And this could be fuel. Next, you load onto fuel. And fertilizer. Oh, I forgot to plant the seeds. So this is flax and this is sage. Okay, good. Oops. Remove the wrong one. Why aren't we getting stuff here? Oh, I bet I know why. No, I think I know why. It's because I didn't deal with the corner yet. That's fine. I forgot about the corner. A little bit. I know, poor corner. Gonna feel abandoned. So, a little corner. Right. First, money. I need to remove these belts. They don't turn otherwise and it's annoying. No. There. Money. Second. Fertilizer. No. Oh, come on. I swear these belts are... pain. They are designed to be fiddly to work with. And the fuel. Ah. Okay, so I see fertilizer coming in. Shouldn't go very far. We should see flax coming over here. Yes. We see the extractors starting to work. That's perfect. All the extractors are being fed flax. We should see sage is being distributed. That's perfect. I see the furnace turning on. We should see plant ash. Let's freaking go. That means soap. So this should start grinding. And we should start seeing soap powder coming out. And going into the ethanol. Let's go. I should also see all the furnaces on. It is worth checking every one of them, because it happens sometimes that a copy-paste breaks a belt. Earlier we had a random extractor in the fuel build that was broken. Why? I don't know. No reason. But it was broken. Visually everything was fine. Okay, so that's going great. Next, we need to connect this. That's a little bit more tricky. Where do we connect you? I'm kinda considering coming from the side here. Right, we'll remove this. This one needs to be cork powder. I'm thinking maybe instead of that, we have this. That should work pretty well. Why do I have wooden blocks here? Somehow, at some point, I built with wooden blocks. Alright. I won't question it. It wasn't necessarily intentional. But you know... we do what we must because we can. does it make any more sense say it like that? No, it does not. But okay, so this, but this needs to go away real quick. So I can grab the cork border from behind. Okay. And here we can have border. Perfect. And here we go. Get in here, and we should see it being fed. To the Athanators, yes. That's good. We see like all of these elevators running, which should see this one, and this one. We see through the bridge. I think this one is just already full. Actually, we should be able to access this and see cork border inside. Yes. So that's cork border being fed to the steel Athanators. These furnaces are not yet fed by anything. That's totally intentional because their belt is right here, and I fell down. I really should add a few boxes. Okay, so how about we reproduce the pattern here that we had, and now we can come and feed this from this side. Except, of course, we can't grab right here. So we're going to go like this, like against here. Right there. And then a belt. And fuel. Let's go. All of these furnaces are getting filled up. Yep. And so the one last thing that remains is to put money inside to buy the stones to make the glass and the iron to make everything else. So we need to put money in here. Do we send money from down there? Or do we send money from up here? I think up here is really the easiest. Probably. Is Alastor making an ant factory? Do you mean I'm building ants or a factory for ants? That doesn't clear it up much, does it? I guess. Oh. Ah, right. We do need a pillar. Here too, before I forget. I don't know if we need any more pillars. Oh, yeah, 2 away from this. Not entirely sure that's not in their build. Let's check. Yeah. Huh. That would be in the build. I could move everything to the side a little bit, except I'd have to redo all the feeds, which is annoying. Might be my best option. Oh, kinda sucks. Especially now that we've fed it, we're going to get so much crap. Oh. Should have thought about this. Let's see, is there any other way? Right. Wait a minute. If I do it like this, I don't need the support? Apparently. So wait, I can get rid of a support. Apparently, this one, is it? Which is in the middle. You tried to sleep and the OCD said no. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, apparently that's fine. That's weird. So we just discovered that we could remove the pillar that was supposed to go right there if instead of placing a full tile, we place half tiles here. Because apparently, like, we have enough support for 2 tiles and a half, I guess, on every side, but not 3 tiles on any side. And somehow it doesn't sum things up properly, apparently. Yeah, so we decided to put this build in the side tower, as you can see. We have fed it fuel, fertilizer, and cork powder. And we are in the process of feeding it with money. Yeah, that worked. Ooh, that's gonna be nice. Alright, so we can build this. Right there, I believe. No? Oh, I don't have enough ropes. Yeah, thank you, Evie. You know what? For you, we're going to go down the stairs like civilized people. Well, semi-civilized. Civilized people don't tend to go down the stairs backward. But, you know, we're trying. I'm going to take 2 stacks of ropes this time. That means no, or both our towers are now the same height. Boop. Ooh, I'm getting boop. Oh yes, I am. Look at that, this big platform we have. So large, so big. Boop. Ooh, Ibby's getting booped now. You missed a quote you would have really have liked earlier. I can't remember what I said because I have no memory, but it was something about big. Oh. Wanna see massive. Yes. That was the one. I think the exact quote was, do you wanna see something massive? I was just explaining that this build isn't actually massive by our standards. I mean, if you wanna see something massive, I can show you something massive. That's something massive. See? I knew you would understand. How on earth did I manage to fit that in? Well, we built around it, technically. It's not so much we fit that in, is at the time this was the top of the building. So we just added walls around it and then went with that. Oh my gosh, my phone today doesn't stop. Okay, so that's money. Popular? No. It's not that. Alright, so I want to grab money from there, I believe. Uh-huh. Let's go. Look at me. I shouldn't have talked. I jinxed it. I jinxed it. I knew that couldn't end well. Okay, a catapult. Where is catapult? Catapult. Weep. What do you mean I'm out of wood? I'll show you some wood. How can I be out of wood? Not so long ago I had like 600 in my inventory. Oh, I built all... Yeah, fair enough. I built all the shelves and stuff. It wasn't 600, it was 6 stacks actually, but... Anything else I'm about to run out of? Don't think so. Alright, so catapult, 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 catapult. Belt? Catapult. Money! stones. Down. No, box. I am so bad at placement. Oh. How can I fail that repeatedly? Okay. Stones coming out. We have iron being fed. We have stone in the crushers. Do I see... Can I see? Aha. I see iron in the steel. I see iron in the steel. Iron in that steel. Maybe there's a pixel. Yeah, I saw a pixel. You can catch a pixel of it. And iron in that steel. Okay. And do we see... Can we catch, like... let's see. Well, yeah, that will. I have iron sand in here. Yep, these are all working. I see all the distribution everywhere. These all have stones. Well, I think that's a great success. Pocket watch. Let's go. Those orbs. Oh gosh. At least on my side, I don't see packets dropped. So I would assume it's probably on your side. Do I split the box? No, I think we just take half. Honestly. The priority is yellow, so the priority is going to be on the box that empties into this. So if ever we have too much of this, we just put it in that box. And then we can have a second box that's just taking half of the output. That's just going to be basically a storage box. So here I can put this in here, and it's just going to get recycled in there. Should I really Hang on a second. Well, maybe I could have let it run, but better safe than sorry. First things first, let's get rid of this. I guess we can get rid of like, fertilizer and maybe black powder. Maybe no coke powder is not here. We can put it in here. Okay. How many slots do we need? I just want to reduce the space of that chest. I need 8 slots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's fine. So let's go buy some slime. Hang on. You think there's not been other resolution than 1080p? Oh, I didn't get transcoding today. I guess I came a little bit late. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you don't automatically get transcoding as affiliate. Unfortunately. And Twitch is more and more pushing to have people do the transcoding for them. Which means they're basically cutting costs by removing video processing servers, which isn't going to help the issue. Because to get transcoding on my computer, I would need like so much more processing power, which would mean I could play less games. So yeah. Or I'd need like a second graphics card or a dual computer streaming setup. You think I broke Skog? I'm innocent. You should know. I thought we had established that. Come on. Ah, there was the support. I see. Fair enough. Right, so... No, that doesn't work. Aha. Perfect. God, I think Twitch is... Come on. Twitch. I already told you, no, this stream is not on. I have a Twitch window that was opened and that I paused when I went online. See, I'm careful now. And Twitch is somehow like adamant that it should play every time the person I've been watching raids somebody else. And I'm like, no, this window is not currently playing. And it's like, no, this window is actually playing. We know better. Is Twitch turning into Windows? I'm not wrong. I wish I was. But I mean, there's something kind of fundamental in that, in like big company that's not anymore trying to provide the best service, but just trying to make the most money with their service. And force you to use the latest ID because they know better what's gonna make money. Yeah, but like our goal is to use a service, not necessarily to make money for you. And sometimes that means what you think is the best service, actually we don't like. But I don't think Twitch is really willing to admit that. Nor is Windows. Do we go with this? Sure. I mean, it's still below the ceiling. Alright. Popping time. Pop, 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 pop. I think the biggest issue is that these companies usually don't use their own services, so they have no clue what users actually want. That too. I mean, I'd argue I'm pretty certain Windows uses their own services, but... or at least I hope so. Right, yeah. That's gonna be a little bit of a problem. Should I just shift it? Sure. Whatever. That should work too. Pretty well documented that during COVID, for example, Microsoft employees didn't use Teams for their online meetings because it sucks. And they didn't want to use it. Okay, in that sense, yeah. Oh. Duh. It's here I need to go. Yeah, but see, no, it's not in the right order anymore. That's annoying. Yeah, I was more talking about like the core Windows, like the OS, right? Yeah, these other products are a different thing entirely, for sure. No? But you know, there's also, like, you could say if they weren't using Teams because, like, it wasn't good enough for them, it means they know it's not good. And maybe they just don't care because they know it will sell anyway. You know? That's kind of what I meant. It's like a great parallel in France is ski stations. They are immensely expensive. I'm talking for a day of going to the ski station, you pay like 55 € for the day. And whereas like 20 years ago you had discounts, first of all it was cheaper, far cheaper. Second of all, there were discounts, like if you were a student you could have a discount, if you were unemployed you could have a discount, if you were old you could have a discount. You can still have a discount technically if you're old, but you have to be like 75 or something like that, which is pretty much beyond the expectancy of life in good health, you know? So it's designed so barely anybody uses the discount even. The few discounts that still do exist. And so you talk with them, you might have the argument, oh yeah, but like we have like amazing ski lifts, right? That like slow down when you arrive at the station, slow down when they pick you up. Like you have belts that bring you like from the gate of the ski lift to the ski lift itself. It has a shield if there's wind, and etc, etc. It's like 90% of that is not needed, and you don't need to have every ski lift that carries 8 people at a time on every seat either. Like, yeah, it might be required in some places that have a high bandwidth, but it's not everywhere, right? So yeah, they invested a lot, that's true, but also a lot of that is just like luxury stuff that didn't actually need to be invested, that would allow them to make a cheaper ticket if they didn't spend that money. So it's voluntary to make the thing super expensive, and they don't care because their station is full anyway. Even though it's immensely expensive, people still go because they don't have much of a choice. So they are knowingly essentially providing a service that's not as good as it could, that doesn't match necessarily like the majority of their clients' requirements, which people will probably prefer like a few less luxuries and a cheaper ticket. That would be my case anyway. But it's not their problem because, well, whatever they do, they'll make money anyway, so why should they care? And I think there's a lot of that going on with stuff like Twitch and Microsoft. It's like, yeah, we're pushing this feature that users don't really like, but then what? Are they going to go on YouTube to watch their live streams? Live streams on YouTube are crap. So they don't really have a competition that would push them to improve the product. At which point you shouldn't be skinny anymore, because if you break a hip at that age, you're basically done for. Yeah, I mean, you should be more careful, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, my parents are in that age range, they still ski, but that's not the majority of people. They're in very good health for their age. Kick is trying, yeah, but also Kick is super toxic. Like, 90% of people on the platform do not want to touch Kick with a 10-foot pole. And when I say 90%, I'm probably lowballing it. You haven't tried it? I haven't either, but like every time I heard talked about Kick being talked about, it's horrific. So that doesn't really, you know, incentivize me to try it. Okay, so we should have watches in the shop, I believe. Let's go. Pocket watches. Can we see a customer buying pocket watch? Oh, he's gonna buy a Mars. Nice. Oh, that's gonna be 350 silver for that one. You'd like a Mars right now? A frozen Mars. That might be nice. Do you want a watch, ma'am? No, you just want black border. Fair enough. Oh, no. Actually, she's taking a watch. Nice. Okay. Hello. One watch. Not that many. But hey, we made 11 silver on that sale. You had your last frozen Mars bar like last week. RIP. Yeah. I had ice cream, but I finished it. It's fine, I'm leaving for the mountain tomorrow. Oh no! Wait. What's going on here? Huh? Okay. I think we're running again. Oh, I think it might be like backing up because like you had a guy come in with like 300 silver or something stupid like that. And so it's like, you know, it's gonna take a while to like pass 350 silver. Is this Alastor or is a AI clone that has streamed all night? What do you mean? It's only midnight. I haven't streamed all night. I've only been online for 6 hours. That's a perfectly reasonable amount of time. I'm making it sound like it had a big meal it needs to pass. That's exactly what it is, actually. Because, so you have this bank portal, right? If you have a stack, so the maximum stack on belt is 50 silver. So currently I'm telling it to output 1 silver at a time. So if you have a stack of 50 silver come in, it's going to need to wait to output 50 items before it can accept anything else. And if a guy paid 350 silver, I'm going to have like 7 of these in a row. So it's going to take a while. Get the plunge already. Do the filter sorter on belt sort coin, like 1 for copper silver, 1 for copper, 1 silver, 1 gold? Probably. I've never tried. We can try. If we can filter coins. Yeah, you can filter copper, silver or gold. But if you put like whether it's silver, copper or gold in a bank portal, you can convert it one to another. And you can set a fixed output amount. So it's just like, yeah, if you come in with 350 silver, all of a sudden, it's going to buffer for a bit. Because it needs to pass that through. You think the cash register should have 3 outputs on the underside of the counter, pre-sorted by coin type? I mean, in terms of game design, I think it makes sense to have it not be pre-sorted. To be like, hey, if you want to sort them, you can sort them. We have sorters, we have filters, right? So you can handle it however you want. But I do agree that I'd prefer the output to be on the underbelly, so I can hide this bell. The filters are relatively slow. They are the same speed as the belt. They don't have a speed of themselves. So if I feed them 4 items per second, they're just going to sort at 4 items per second. A filter is not gonna slow your belt, ever. Because it has 1 input, 2 output, so worst case scenario. The only case where a filter slows your belt, but it's not actually because of the filter, is if one of the outputs is clogged. And it's trying to put something on this belt, then it has to wait for a space to free up before it can put another item. But then that means your belt that's behind is either too slow or is just backed up. So it means your system is just backing up most of the time if a filter is slow. You just need to upgrade your belt speed. I mean, that's probably the first upgrade I would take, to be honest. So yeah, we're selling a lot of clocks. Let's see. In the ledger. Did we sell clocks yesterday? I think a few. Probably not like the rate we'll sell them today. Yeah, we sold 1 yesterday. I mean, that's still 2 silver for a clock. It's not bad. And we should have bought like a lot more materials than we usually do. So I think like this cuts into the revenue quite severely. This 150 iron and 479 stone is probably much higher than usually it should be. But yeah, not bad. Also, yeah, look at this. So when we upgraded, we went from days that were like at best 1 gold, 100 silver, to doing like 1 gold, 400 silver, 1 gold, 300 silver. Oh wait, no, is it? No, a gold is 10 silver, isn't it? So that's... Wait, is that 115 gold? Might be. You have been, but you need to automate so many things before you can work on the next main story quest. Yeah. Yeah, you're at a step in the game where you need to take a step back and like do some infrastructure work, and then you can progress again. That does come regularly. You restarted because when you put some speed into belts, it got you that uneasy feeling of motion sickness? Interesting. Like standing by a highway with cars dipping. Yeah, I guess that's yeah, in Hibi's case, it was me swinging my camera around a little bit too fast because I'm used to very fast mouse speed. I'm a fast mouse. All right. Well, that's our build working. Nope, not this one. And yeah, cork powder is easily the one we're using the most in this build because we're making a lot of steel. And we're making copper too. So they all require some cork powder. Actually, no, does the copper require cork powder? I don't think so, actually. No, it's just iron and soap. But the steel does. So the steel making it's a lot of cork powder. Because every cycle it's 15. Well, no, it's not 15, it's is it 2 every cycle? I think it's 2 every cycle. But yeah, it's 15 per minute per Athanator. We have 6 Athanators running. So we are basically eating 1.5 per second, I think. Which is fast, but it's nothing my system can't handle. How did I end up with black powder in my inventory again? You get motion sick incredibly easily. So it's good to know the belts can cause it. Yeah. Actually, does it still do it? Because they did rework the belts recently. So that they are like always, the items are always spaced the same on the belts. So I'm kinda wondering if maybe that got better, because it's possible that before, like, stuff was wiggling a little bit sometimes. Does your video card play the Benny Hill theme song upon boot up? No. Why would it do that? That poor GTX 1660S. Well, that's doing okay. It's doing pretty okay, I think. Okay, jump warning? Oh gosh, I shouldn't do that. Makes me queasy. It's a great song, I mean, fair enough. I still don't see how that means it should play it upon boot up. Yeah, so that's a little bit big box. I think I would like this to be a little bit less big boxy. So let's put on some windows, shall we? Maybe two windows in the center here? Nope, not the right key. And I'm kinda thinking, what if I have windows like shifted a little bit with half walls like this? And maybe this can even be a window. Oh. Is that gonna destroy everything? Am I gonna be alright? I might want to have like a little bit of bracing over here. Yeah. No? I went through every single key before I found the right one. Hang on a second, this is flipped. How does this? Let's go have a look. Oops. See, I'm making efforts. I'm not jumping from like the 10th floor. I think it looks a lot better already. What do you think, Chad? Have I tried the bounce room yet? No, I haven't actually. You think my windows are inside out? Well, so that's one of my complaints about the game, is walls have this wooden trim on both sides. Right. Well, can't really look here. Inside, outside, trim. Windows only have it on one side. It's inconsistent. So, like, there's no outside in or inside out. It just doesn't make sense in the design from the get-go. There's no right, it's all wrong. You only have wrong choices to begin with. And that triggers me to no end, as you might hear in my voice. Looks like a weird bad dragon. Phoebe, get your mind out together. Oop. You just your doorways instead. Yeah, but doorways would look wrong too. Like, there's no winning if the design makes no sense to begin with. There's nothing you can do, really, as a player. So is it inside out? I don't know. What's the inside? What's the outside? Which one is wrong? Is it supposed to be a trim on both sides? Or is it supposed to be like half in, half out for both?
Thank you for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. You're welcome in. So yeah, I really hope they fix that. It's still early access. They'll probably do some polishing later when they're done with the features. So I hope when they do the polishing, they don't overlook the architecture. Hey! Hello, Secta. How are you doing? Welcome in and thank you for the follow. Oh, I might... Damn it. Might have to remove some of the things. Do I alternate these or do I put them on the same height or do I do a mix? I might do a mix. I might shift it by half a wall, I think. Which does mean I'll have to redo this. Oh no, it's going to remove these two. That sucks. Fine. I might actually just copy this entire thing. You know? Let's go. You're doing great just playing this game. You're still on the first lot. How far are you in the tech tree? I'm currently at level 6. We look at the tech tree. We just did pocket watches. So we have 3 items left to do on level 6 before we move to level 7. We're slowly making our way through the tech tree. This is our build for pocket watches. This build is crafting 10 pocket watches per minute. Only half of which is currently going to the shop because we're storing a lot of them. But yeah, that's our brand new baby that we just came up with today. You're on 3 going 4. Oh yeah, so you just did the healing potion. Yeah, that's an exciting step up. That's an exciting level. I'd say level 4 and 5 is when you essentially unlock like a lot of the tech. At level 6, well, you do unlock the cauldron, which I haven't used, which is a big upgrade for a lot of people. You do unlock the stackable crucible, that's not bad. But the tech you unlock is mostly new tech, rather than upgrades to existing stuff. Or like utility. Well, you do have a few upgrades, to be fair. You also have the enhanced grinder at this level. So that's not entirely true. I've been in level 6 for so long that I even forget what's behind me. Oh. I'm only on 6, you're on 5 with 16 and a half hours in. Yeah. 6 gets really slow. You have a lot of big builds in 6. Like the Mars one was the first like huge build, which took like 5 floors because it has like 4 floors of fuel being made for it. The Saturn is the gigantic one. Even today, that's the biggest one. The Saturn build, I can show you. That's the something enormous one. That's my Saturn build. This machine makes Saturn and this makes salt and a few diamonds. And this is 4 floors high. No, 3 floors high? Wait, 1, 2, 3... Yeah, I think I lied, it's 3 floors high. That's still a lot. That's still a lot. So yeah, that's Saturn's. You're still working on getting your fuel production ready to integrate with the fertilizer build, yeah. The storm has yet to come. Yeah, it does get more complex afterwards. Bear in mind, you don't have to do things so compact and complicated. If you don't want to spend a huge amount of time building stuff, I would in fact recommend going more the spaghetti route. Because, like, this is huge. This is extremely compact. It didn't have to be that compact. It could be bigger. And, like, wider, essentially. And that would be fine. So, yeah. The Mars Factory is over here, so... the Mars Factory is a bit more modular. We have this that's making steel gears and iron nails, which takes a bit more than a floor. And then we have 8 small builds that are each making bronze rivets and copper bearings, except a few of them that are making money. Copper coins instead of copper bearings. So this is basically on 2 floors. But the thing is, we have 1, 2, 3 floors, 4 actually, because there was 1 below. 4 floors we added making coke powder at this stage. So it also became huge because of all that coke powder we added. But you see that no, it's barely running. This is because we made a new fuel. So most of that coke powder is actually not useful anymore. So we could reduce this by a lot, essentially. What else do we have? So yeah, bronze rivets, copper bearings. We have Mars. We have Saturn over here. Salt, which is next to the Saturn. That's the third build. Malachite is not too bad. Where's my Malachite build? I think it's just below. No, that's another fuel build. That's not running. Well, it doesn't need to be. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't need to be running. Yeah, that's my Malachite build. So this is still a relatively reasonable build. Of course we had diamonds, I think, at this level. And so yeah, I just showed the black powder build that we finished last stream. Getting completely integrated with the factory. That's black powder, which was a big piece. Also, like, it took us, I don't know, 3 streams, 4 streams to rework all the logistics distribution across the factory when we made this. So that's also where we spent a lot of time. And finally, this is my pocket watch build, which is much cuter. Did we follow the calculator? Like the needle needed 10 thread, your flax fiber became stuck there because you tried to do like manifold. We're supposed to balance it. I calculate the ratios myself most of the time. What I tend to do is look in here, go, okay, I want to build this. Okay, what rate do I want to build it at? I'm going to place the machines with the recipes, see how much of each product I need, place machines, like just place them anywhere on the floor in a way that I can visualize like what production chain needs what machines. So I have all my machines on the floor, and then I take them and I start arranging them to make a build. The calculator, I've been using a calculator a little bit, but it was calculating things wrong a lot of the time. Like, I caught it several times just flat out being wrong. And so I was like, you know what? Might as well just calculate myself. I used it a little bit for like the fuel builds. Not the last one, but the ones before. Just to see how much I needed. But yeah. Yeah, he prototypes very differently. He tries to get something functioning first and then check what the ratio needs to be. Yeah, if you don't want to do math, that's what I'd recommend doing. To just get something running and see, oh, I don't have enough of that. Okay, I'm going to put in more of that. Oh, I have too much of this. Maybe I'll put more of the next step so it consumes more. And like little by little you can arrive on ratio at the end if you adjust things. It takes a lot longer though, if you really want to end up at the right ratio. But also you don't have to be at the right ratio, because it's not like you have a finite amount of resources or whatever. As long as your money positive, adding a machine costs barely anything. So, you know, why would you bother too? I mean, I bother because I like things being on ratio. But you're just worried about your factory functioning well, not all the machines have to be running 100% of the time. So it's entirely possible to say, screw it, I'm not building on ratio. Also, I have a silver coin still floating right here in midair. That's where the malachite build used to be, and then we moved it to the side over there. And we are stuck with a silver coin in midair. You're learning a lot from this? Well, yeah, don't hesitate to ask if you have any questions. I'm always happy to either explain what I'm doing, or what I did, or why I did it. Answer questions. All this kind of stuff. So yeah, one thing you'll see throughout my factory that I haven't seen many other people doing is this distribution system that you have on the side. I have a system that basically like brings money, fertilizer, fuel, and in my case coke powder across the factory, up and down every floor, and then on these shelves on the side. And all the builds take from these as a source. And so, like, these columns that you see here are to bring stuff up and down, and every time you see that I have options to pull items from the side. If we go to the other building, not on this floor because I don't have any build on this floor, but on the other floors, you see the same thing, like this column and these belts over there. This is my Jupiter builds, by the way. We're making Jupiter here. That's one build, two builds, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think it was my first condensed build. And then I redid the pulleys build to be more in line with that. At least in this factory. And so yeah, you see the same thing here, where I'm taking like fuel, money, fertilizer and bringing it over there. Although I'm not using fuel, so. And a lot of the time I also use these columns to bring items down, back to other floors. For example, to get them towards the shop. And so yeah, what we just saw from our upstairs is right here, right? And so yeah, same over here. And so this is my advanced fertilizer production for the entire factory, right here. So the fertilizer that you saw like on the top of the other building has been produced over here. A store is an anagram for ratio. Trust me and don't fact check that. Press X to doubt. Indeed. Your first factory game is Satisfactory. So you're ratio fanatic yourself. I think like ratios pop up in basically every factory game. One thing I think this game does great that I wish Satisfactory did is copy paste. Do not hesitate to use copy paste, cut paste, all of that. It is an amazing tool. Blueprints too. I have so many blueprints by now. Oop, no. Like, look at this. You can see my first version of the basic fertilizer build. Hang on, we can build it upstairs. I think Hebe will recognize some things. Because it's not very far from what you ended up with. Or do I go with like the second version? Yeah, I guess I go with the second version. So, charcoal powder over here. We have nurseries, sets of 3 nurseries. And then all the crucibles, these 3 are for plant ash. And all of this is, of course, for the lime. Your friend told you to just yank in big bandwidth, then store the product when you play Factorio. I wouldn't store things in Factorio too much. In Factorio, I'd actually recommend to be careful not to store too much stuff. That's basic. Yeah, that's my very first blueprint. Or like the second version of my first blueprint. It's cute, right? I don't know if I have like a blockified version of it. Huh? Don't go there. What is 2.1? No, I guess that's just an improved version. What's different in 2.1? I think maybe the order in which I do things, I'm not quite sure. I don't really see the difference, to be honest. But yeah, so like, you know, your designs, both skills and styles, will evolve over time. That's what I wanted to point out here. Like, these first builds took me, first of all, a few iterations to get right. And second of all, like, they were a very different style than what you're seeing now. There are 2 reasons for that. First, I unlocked tech that I didn't have at the time, or upgrades that I didn't have at the time. So what I'm building now, how I'm building now, is vastly different than what I would have done at the time. Like, I don't know, if we try doing... Let's do a basic fertilizer build real quick. With my current tech. Just to see how vastly different it would be. With my current tech and say, no, not advanced fertilizer, basic fertilizer. So basic fertilizer is... So let's say I want to do 1 per second, so we're going to do 4 machines, 4 assemblers doing basic fertilizer, right? So, no, it's assemblers. So 4 assemblers, not advanced. basic. Doing basic. Okay. What do I need to feed to 4 assemblers doing basic fertilizer? So I'm going to have 1 cycle per second. So I'm going to need 1 plant ash per second and 1 quicklime powder per second. Quicklime powder. I need 1 per second, so I need 9 grinders. Grinding down quicklime into quicklime powder. And I need 9 crucibles. Smelting that. Well, I'm not going to do that. Why should I do that? I'm going to use my stackable crucibles that I didn't have at the time. Nine. Few stones. And I could use the enhanced grinders, but I really don't see the point right here, because this fits perfectly. Okay. I'd probably reverse that furnace, actually. So you can have like a fuel belt, like this, stones, and then I can, oh, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. No, not this. I'm trying to go too fast. Okay, that's better. Okay, and I need, I think it's 3 crucibles doing plant ash. Let's just verify. So I need 1 per second. Yep, that's 3 crucibles burning sage into plant ash. So, hey. Easy enough. Alright. So, that's going to be my stack of stuff to... of furnace. So, to feed that. So sage, I'll just need 1 nursery. Because since I have advanced fertilizer to feed it, I guess that's not super realistic. But whatever. Right, so advanced fertilizer in here. You're gonna be fuel. This would annoy me, but I'm not gonna be bothered because this is not something we're going to keep anyway. And then stone crushers. So the question is, how many stone crushers do I need? If I need 1 per second, and that's 1 every 3 seconds, so I need 3 stone crushers to feed that. How do I do this? How do I want to do this? I have options. I could do something like this. Then the question would be, how do I stack them? It's crushers, so they're a bit annoying to stack. I could... do something like... beams? And basically I repeat this 3 times. Well, I don't really need the superstructure. Well... yeah, why not? And then I can be like this. It's kind of fun. You know what? I've kind of wanted an excuse to revisit these builds for quite a long time, actually. That's one thing I find is a bit of a shame, is that you don't get to revisit the builds you've done a long time ago. Because there's not really a point. A lot of the time, if you want to revisit them, it's because like you have new tech, but also they're becoming obsolete. Hey, the Inns! How are you doing? Welcome in! Thank you for the raid. How was... animal aquariums and zoos? Oh. Was it like where you're streaming actual animals? Or is it a game? How are you doing, raiders? Welcome in. How is your Wednesday? Oh, a posture check. Thank you, little gremlin. Yeah, everyone. Yeah, hey. How are you doing, the Inns? Hang on. I missed a bunch of people. Welcome in, Infinity. Welcome in, World Girl. Is that how it's pronounced? And welcome in, Gaines. Welcome in. How are you doing? If you don't know me, I am Alastor and I play a lot of factory building games, city building games, colony building games, and puzzle games. Currently, we are playing Alchemy Factory, which is a game about having a little alchemy shop. Let me go show you the shop. I just have to go down this skyscraper. Oops. To the shop floor. Here we are. This is my little alchemy shop. Where we are selling artifacts like this Saturn artifact, which is very expensive. We are selling potions. We are selling more mundane stuff like gears and mortars and glass and bandages and ropes, this kind of stuff. We are also selling jewels. Turquoise over here, malachite. And our last newcomer in the shop, we have just started selling pocket watches. You usually begin and end the stream with... sorry, I missed chat. With watching your guinea pigs. Oh, that's super fun. Nice. Yeah, that's very fun. I have a ton of allergies, so I can't have furry friends myself, because I'm allergic to dust mites, which feathers, fur, all these kind of stuff attract immensely. A little? That's force of advertisement, Astor. Yeah, that's fair. You played Tales of Sekyu before, and you ended up on the piggies. Ooh, I don't know that game. What is Tales of Sekyu? Yeah, so we are selling goods in this shop, and then we have to make a factory to produce the goods. Have a great night, Wolf Girl. Thank you for raiding with games. And so yeah, for example, this is where we are producing the advanced fertilizer for my factory. Over here is a build that's producing coke powder, which until recently was our main fuel in the factory. We recently upgraded to another type of fuel, but you see these builds are still being used because we still have builds, for example, for making steel. We do need to use coke powder because, well, that's part of the recipe. So we don't use it as fuel so much anymore, but we still do use it. And so yeah, you see a ton of builds across the factory that are making different stuff. So for example, this is steel and nails and iron and this kind of stuff. This is glass and bricks. Over there is planks and gears, etc, etc. It's a slice of life game, you know, farming, making friends, marrying, but with yokai. Quite lovely. Oh, yeah, okay, so like a bit similar to Stardew Valley in concept, right? Yeah, that sounds fun. Oh, I didn't notice we have ads going on at the moment. I'm sorry if you got caught in ads, raiders. I hope not too many of you got caught in ads. But yeah. And yeah, we are using these cannons to shoot the items on the shelves. Which can look quite funny when you're shooting a potion with a cannon. But they do not break, I swear. Stardew but 3D and Japanese yokai as bachelors. I think I saw... Did FD play this? That kinda rings a bell. Did I say I'm selling mortars? You're supposed to only sell them, not use them in your shop. Yeah, look, we're shooting mortars in the shelves. She did in an earlier state. Okay, so I might have seen her play it, I think. It has a gacha game. Look, but don't let yourself fool with that. It's not online with a weird gacha mechanic. Okay. So yeah, so we're making a lot of stuff in the factory. And as you can see, that's what I was talking about. Like little by little, as we go further up and further in time, my build style has evolved. So like this is still fairly early game stuff where I have everything laid by side, etc. If we go have a look at the late game builds that I've been working on more recently, it looks more like this. Need to go get some snacks. Yes, of course, if you need raid and run even, don't worry, of course I understand you've been streaming for a long time. And it takes a toll on you. But yeah, so this is more the later game stuff we've been working with. This is one of our largest builds at the moment, which is making Saturn artifacts for these two columns, and this one is making salt, but we're making like 1 salt per second, which is way overkill. Way overkill. That scared you away a good few times. It reminded you of gacha games so much that you kept away. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's fair. Like, unfortunately, we've been trained to like run away from these type of mechanics. And so yeah, we're discussing how, like, as you move along in the game, your build style will evolve a lot. And so if we look at one of my earlier, blueprints, we take the earliest blueprint I have, which is already, like, if I made a blueprint, it's because I thought it was a big build, right, that I didn't want to have to redo by hand at the time. It looks like this. It's basically 2 builds side by side. But yeah, this was big at the time. And if I wanted to redo this, let's say half of it, so let's remove half of it, just so we can compare things that are comparable. I might, for the fuel, we can remove this part of it. For this table, however, I can only remove that half of it. Alright, so that would be the build we are talking about. How it was at this stage of the game. If I had to rebuild it, no, it would look more something like this. So we have like 3 crucibles that are making plant ash. We have 9 crucibles that are burning and then grinding the stones from 3 stone crushers. And then we go into 4 assembler. And these are fed by nurseries. At the time it was 3, nowadays it would be 1 of them. So that's basically what this would look like. Let's see, how would I arrange? No, I would have the elevator down over here, I think. Then I'd go this way. And so yeah, as you move into the game, your build style and technology will evolve quite significantly. And so when you see my big builds, don't be scared, because it's not representative of what you have to do. It's not either representative of the fastest way to play, necessarily. I like to take my time doing very compact build, right? And also it's not what is expected from you at the start of the game. The start of the game doesn't expect you to even be able to do something that looks even remotely like that. Then... But yeah, this... oops, what happened here? These copy and cut paste are amazing. I highly encourage you to use them. And so then I need to feed plant ash. I might have an idea here. It would require probably a little bit of redesign. Well, cutting and pasting basically. But I think it has its merits. Okay, so we're going to have a belt run behind this. So, hang on. No? Better? Okay. I'm speed building. Gave myself a challenge. How fast can I do this? Lock in Alastor. Okay, okay. Yeah, that works, definitely. That's the plant ash fed to all these assemblers. What I need to know is to feed this. So, how do I feed this? Well, it's going to look very similar to the other side. Not very surprisingly. So these need stones. These need stones. Nope. Actually, I need support over here. It's annoying that I don't have... Yes. So much better. I never use the ramps anyway. Oh, this is already so much better. Oh wait, no, not this. Because this is for making plant ash, so these ones want sage. Which means they want the output of this machine. Just like this. Next. We are feeding stuff down from the output of these machines. Okay. And finally, I need a purchasing portal. Purchasing limestone over here. Come on. Here we go. Why am I getting slippered? What did I do? I'm innocent. I swear. What's going on here? Should have been there earlier, missed some shenanigans. Although definitely not the worst still. Wait, what? What kind of shenanigans? Oh. Heavy shenanigans, yes, yes. He's always wholesome in your book. You were imagining my shenanigans? What do you mean? I'm wholesome too? You like this train of thought? Let's focus on blaming me. Rude? Speedrun, 100% completion. So what did I do? It's been too long since you... He's being mean to me, chat. I'm being bullied by Hibby. And that would be my output. If I really want to... Oh, that would bother me though.
This is adorable. What are you talking about? It's just a little cutie.
Mm-hmm. See? At least Maple is on my side. I guess if I really want to run it on basic fertilizer, I do something like that, and I probably over here have a priority splitter. Which does mean, annoyingly, that's fine. Because I can just... I misplaced it. No, I need to replace that. Fair enough. That's me messing up. That's fine. What's this new? I still don't know which one. Because I try them all every time. Okay. So that could run on basic fertilizer if I did want. And like I'd have to put sage plants in there, sage seeds in there. And that would be my output towards the rest of the factory. I could compact this a little bit, but like there's no point right now. Like this is the important part. Which is like, yeah, no, I have the technology to do something this big. Well, I didn't do this part because now I have a supply of fuel for the entire factory. But I take something this big and compact it into this, right? But because I learned to build vertically, because I have technology that allows me to build vertically better, like these stackable crucibles you couldn't do at the time where you're using basic fertilizer. So I can simplify this build a lot with today's technology. and today's like design. Well, I don't know about simplify really, but design philosophy, and no, actually I want to remove it. So yeah, don't expect to be doing that at the start of the game. That's not gonna happen. You couldn't even if you wanted. If I restarted the game, I couldn't do that either. But I could probably like build ahead a lot more. That's the main difference. Because you know what you're going to need later or what you're going to have later. And so you build something being like, okay, I know when I'm going to want to redo this or not. And my style would be vastly different too. But for different reasons. So yeah, that's our last build. That's the pocket watches. We're nearly there. This is nearly full. Once this is full, we will double the amount of pocket watches that are going to go to the shop, which is pretty exciting. Let's have a look at the ledger actually. So last day, what did we sell? What did we buy? We sold a lot of black powder, you'll note. Yes, 38 pocket watches in a day. Not bad. Sold a few diamonds. That's big money makers. But the true money makers are the artifacts. Like, this is the first artifact we made. Like, look at this. We sold 2 of them. We made 600 silver from it. That's quite a lot. And so yeah, we made 1100 silver, 1200 silver really. And that's everything we bought to make all of that. So yeah, not a bad haul. I don't know why the numbers in the ledger menu are wrong. They're just wrong, damn it. I accidentally clicked on it. Thankfully you can accelerate it a little bit. But yeah. Phoebe is perplexed by quote 47. At me losing my mind looking for magnetite. If we sort by sales. Oh yeah, look at this. Okay, one thing we could do that we've actually never done on this stream is look at dispatch portals. We have never used a dispatch portal in this save. Maybe it's time to change that, you know? Duty different than innocent? I fail to see the difference. I'm innocent, you said it. If cute was equal innocent, you think 90% of protagonist anime characters would stop existing. It's okay, I'm not an anime character. Okay, so we want to sell bandages. Can do. My bandage production is a very early production, actually. Somewhere in there, we have bandages. Here we go. So we want to sell that. Well, how about we put a dispatch portal? Like, I don't know. Over here? For bandages? Yeah, that's fine. We will need to do something with the money, though. That means we need a money return line? I had one, I think. Pretty sure I used to have a money return line. So yeah, that's where the money gets fed. The factory. Would it work? Hang on. I need to become small. Come on, smallify me. Oh. Well, that wouldn't work. Let me go steal. Do we have some potions in here? Yes. You got lentil chips. Ooh. I don't think I ever got lentil chips. Ooh. Okay. So that's an input. Yes, so I do have a money return line. Let's unsmallify myself. You're not saying it. You're not saying it. Automoid helps me already. What did I say, Evie? Yeah, I do have a money return line. I'm sure whatever it is, I'm innocent. Right, so that's the money return line because that's the output of this build. Which should probably take priority over purchasing portal sales. The new chips obsession. Tasty, not as fat, and they come in smaller bags. So you can eat a bag without feeling like a slob. Make me go TV. Of course. Of course, EB. I don't know what I expected. I didn't even register that this could be seen this way. See? Proof I'm innocent. If there needed one. If we ever needed one. Okay, that could work. And then over here I could have a priority merger. Yeah, that's the build that takes priority, so that's perfect actually. And then behind, something like this. I can have an elevator that brings money down. And something like this. I think that could work. Let's go to the upper floor. The scary part is now I'm seeing a point to maybe having a money return line in my entire system. And last time we needed to upgrade the entire system, it took us 4 streams. I don't really want to take 4 streams to do that. You used to have these pea crisps there that are much the same, full of flavor but not as caloric heavy. But they didn't sell well and they stopped stocking them. Yeah, that's often the problem. I guess for products like chips, people are not really looking for a healthy product to begin with. So if you try to market something as the healthy chips, then people are just gonna be like, what the hell, I don't want healthy chips, I want greasy chips. I don't know how far I can go, so let's just put down a line and see what we can target. Obstacles in projectile path, right, so none of them. Noted. I guess we can continue the line. And see how far we go. Hey! You're the lucky winner. Oh, 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 oh. Germany also has a paprika chips problem. It's the most salt flavor. You just hate it? Huh. They want you to play again. You want more than one archway that works at the shop. There's dozens of buildings and stores across town, and all you do is destroy them. Yeah. I think they said that they wanted to have that. I think it's on the roadmap. I'm pretty sure it's in the roadmap. So it's probably gonna happen at some point. They've been pretty good at delivering on the roadmap they had. Alright, so we are now returning money. For the bandages. Nice. But I guess it expects a higher rate, probably? Which, I mean, we would need to redesign this entire thing. But I've been looking for an excuse to redesign this entire thing, so... might not be such a bad thing. Like right now we're producing 1 bandage every 10 seconds. So 6 per minute. If I wanted... one per second is maybe a bit much. You used to have 3 types of mochi and this little yuzu cheesecake that was freshly made every day. Also got rid of that. No, you just want salt crisps. You prefer salted sour cream, BBQ sauce or curry, but not in I can taste my tongue anymore hot. What seems to be the problem in itself. Yeah. Like different strength. I think there are a few products where I'm thinking of like burrito, this kind of things, where they do make like different strengths, but some are harder to find than others. You do love so spicy anything, so you're not opposed to that. Really big fan of the sweet chili Doritos and the Lay's ketchup ones though. Yeah, I like spicy stuff too. So I'm not mad at spicy stuff. So I'm not sure here. Like how this works to get the next dispatch portal option. Do I have the next one now? No, I think I need to sell more. So I might need to upgrade the rate of making bandages. So let's say, for example, what would work? Maybe if I wanted like 4 assemblers worth of bandages. Can we prototype that? Okay, so 4 assemblers worth bandages. Let's see. Bandage. So... oh gosh. That's an annoying number. Maybe I do 5. So I have a cycle every 2 seconds. But I bet that's gonna mess up the ratios for other stuff. You're so glad they finally started to sell flaming hot Cheetos. Stuff is addicting as fuck, yeah. Spicy is okay if it has a taste. Yeah. That's true, it's... in Europe, a lot of the like spicy stuff we tend to have is often not very flavorful. It's just spicy to be spicy. And when you go to Asia, like you can get very spicy food, but often it's also very tasty food. And so it's not the same. Like just spicy to be spicy, as I agree. Like I guess like there's a level where I don't mind, or even I enjoy it a little bit. But past a certain point, if it's just spicy to be spicy, I'm like, it's just too spicy and it has no flavor, so I don't enjoy it. Now you made yourself hungry again. That does tend to happen in this chat. Okay, so one of these machines, an assembler of linen, can feed 2 assemblers of bandage, right? So if I go... if I go 4, that would be 2 assemblers worth of linen. Ooh, we made a good profit today again. And so one assembler of linen wants 2 linen threads per second. Which is 6 processors worth of threads. Okay, so that's gonna be a lot of processors. That's gonna be 12 processors for this. Of threads. So right now I'm doing sketching, which is just placing down the right numbers of machines I need for a build, right? Mira's crate is in the kitchen next to the fridge. When you open the fridge door, she like rolled on her back, supported by the crate sides, pose and get a cable, and she snapped her head up like, "Woman, what are you doing?" Nothing like getting judged by your dog for getting a midnight snack. And so 6 processors worth. Each processor wants 1 flex fiber per second. And I currently have 12 of them. So that means I need 12 times 3, that's 36 grinders for flax fiber, or 18 at enhanced grinder. Yes, 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And $36 flax per second. So nutrient, let's see. 144. Divided by 24. That would be 6. So one nursery can produce 6 flax per second. So if I want 36, that's 6 nurseries worth of flax. Okay. Although, can my belts keep up even with a nursery? No. My belts can carry 4 per second. So my nurseries realistically would only be producing 4 per second. So I need, what, 9 of them then? 36 divided by 4. Yeah. Okay. I think that's just half of the equation, isn't it? Because I haven't looked at the healing potion yet, I just looked at the linen. So I need a healing potion every 5 seconds. Oh gosh. This... Wait, no. one of them needs a healing potion every 5 seconds, so I need 4 every 5 seconds. This is even worse. I think if we get like 5 assemblers, we're slightly overproducing, but barely. No, it's the ratio between the healing potion build and the bandage build. Because like this is a multiple of 3 and this is not. Most decidedly not. So if I did like 6 of them, would it help? Yeah, because we would want 12 every 10 seconds. Something like that. That's what you meant. Okay. Someone mentioned something of a Factorio update today on the stream. How about that instead? Yeah, I know. Yeah. There is a 1.2. I believe it's 1.2. That came out in experimental this week. I'm really excited about it. It's mostly quality of life upgrades. Like there's no like new big like products to build or stuff like that. 2.1. Yes, 1. Not 1.2, 2.1. Close enough, I guess. Thank you, Infinity. Yeah, so Factorio 2.1 experimental, which came out. So it's not new products or stuff like that. It's mostly like, here's all the stuff like we wanted to make for 2.0, but we couldn't. So a lot of graphical upgrades, a lot of quality of life upgrades, like redesigning things that they designed initially for Factorio 1, like at the very start. And since then, what they can do, what they do, changed a lot and improved a lot. So they redesigned a lot of these buildings. You still haven't made it back to the forums. They're gonna release the very last update and still like a tiny but critical function. It's never gonna make it in. Well, they said it's gonna stay experimental until at least the end of summer. So you do have time. You started playing that in secret not to embarrass yourself too much. But so far you're losing against yourself. I'd say like just take a lot of space and don't worry if it's not perfect. You can fix stuff. You don't even have to do math really in games like even like this or like Factorio. If you don't want to do math, You don't have to. A lot of people do, but that's on them, you know. And so, yeah. If it's not perfect the first time, that's fine. It's never gonna be. Take it slow and main game vanilla, one step at a time. There's always the possibility to get stuck somewhere. Yeah. Okay, so what if I had 6 of them? I would need... Instead of 1 potion every 5 seconds, I would need 6 potions every 5 seconds. And here I produce 1 potion every 6 seconds. So... Wouldn't just 5 of them work? No, because I would produce 5 of them every 6 seconds and not 6 every 5 seconds. That's not the same number, Alistair. Good job. You always stumble over you, but I want it to look pretty too. But it gets downhill for there. It helps a lot if you leave a lot of space to change stuff around your builds. Like, leave more space than you think you need. Even I, who have played hundreds of hours of Factorio, I still getting tricked by some builds, like Red Circuits for example, where it always ends up being messy because I don't leave enough space and it takes so much more space than you'd anticipate unless you calculate everything in advance. And I'd say don't try for it to look too good until you have bots. Because once you have bots, you start being able to copy-paste, cut-paste, stuff like that. And it gets a lot easier to rework your stuff. So what to do here? If I just plop down an assembler, maybe it will make things easier. And I look at this recipe, I do 10 per minute. Here I want 12 per minute. So 1, 2, 3, 4 would be 20, no, 48 per minute. So nearly 50 per minute. And if I had one more, so if I had 5 of them, then that would be 7. Oh gosh. 60 per minute. And then it would just be 6 of them. But then it would mess up the ratios behind. So what if I had 10 of them? Am I going to really do that? Okay, hang on. So 2 1 6 no. So my enhanced grinders, I want 9 of them per half. Easier to count. And so technically I'd want 3 of them. But 3 of them just wouldn't cut it. Because each of them currently can only produce 4 per second. Because that's a belt. Right? And these want... how much? Nine of them want... wait, 3 per second? That's fine then. Right? Did I miscalculate this? I think I miscalculated it. That's right, isn't it? If I have 9 enhanced grinders... oh wait, 9 enhanced grinders. So that's 6 per second. Which is technically 1, but in practice 2. Hey Chasecraft! Welcome in, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Who was Repo? We have ads that are still going on for like a second. Here we go. Everybody should be out of ads. Sorry if raiders got caught by the ads. How are you doing, everybody? Welcome in! Hey Chase, hey admin! How was your stream? Tell me about it. We are playing Alchemy Factory today. I think most of you probably already know the game, but if you do not, Alchemy Factory is a game about running an alchemy shop. This is our alchemy shop. We're selling a ton of stuff. We're selling potions, of course, but we're selling like more mundane stuff like gears and mortars. We're selling bandages. We're selling jewelry like turquoise. We have a diamond here on the shelf, or malachite. We are selling even artifacts. I don't know if we have any on the shelves. No, we don't have any on the shelves at the moment. And today we just finished a build that's making pocket watch. I can show you the build. It was nice. Repo is always chaos. Yeah, chaos. Yeah. How have I been? I've been doing good. Thank you. How are you? Yeah, so that's our new build. That is making pocket watches that we started designing last stream and finished today. So yeah, this is making, I can never remember, 10 pocket watches per minute. We have a good storage of them. I don't know if we'll ever use it, but if we need to, we can. And all the rest is currently going to the shop. And so, yeah, that was a fun little build to make. Actually, I kind of want to modify that. Hang on. Can't jump on it. Yeah, I kind of want to modify that. Doesn't look very pretty, this pipe that's all twisty. I like that better. It doesn't change anything for the rest of the build. So yeah, that's our build. And right now, we are doing something we have actually never done on this site before, which is starting using the dispatch portal. So the dispatch portals are these little things, and basically we shove products in there, and we get money out. And we have contracts, basically. And so basically this one can accept up to 800 bandages sold per day. The daily requirement of the contract is 800 per day. And every time we sell 50 bandages, we get 12 silver. Easy enough, right? But that's a lot more than we can actually produce. So it's nice because it kind of forces us to revisit builds. Like this is one of the first builds we've made. And yeah. What's the temperature today? It is currently 33.2 in my room. So slightly hot. What was the maximum today? Like 38? Something like that? It wasn't as bad as we expected. It was announced 41 today. And it was less bad than I feared. Actually, that's a good point. I might be able to go and open the windows. Yeah, it's 26 outside. Hang on a second. I'm coming back right in a second. I'm gonna open a window or two. Okay, I'm back. Oh, sorry, I didn't even put back the music. I was so pressed to open the window. Oh, that's already so much better. Okay, yeah. Let's see. I see a tongue twister from Otherskog. Chez les papous, il y a des papous à poux et des papous pas à poux. Mais chez les papous, il y a des papous papas et des papous papa à pas. Donc chez les papous, il y a des papous papa à poux, des papous papa pas. Donc chez les papous, il y a des papous papa à poux et des papous papa pas à poux, des papous papa à poux. Des papous papa papou et des papous papa papa papou. Mais chez les poux, il y a des poux papa et des poux papa papa. Donc chez les papous, il y a les papous papou papa apou papa, des papous papa apou papa, des papous papa papou pou papa et des papous papa papa apou papa. Oh wow, that was a massacre. Also, you butchered it too. Yeah, the box was too short. That's what you get for trying to min-max the box. So yeah, we started using this dispatch portal, and I believe to be able to put in more dispatch portals, like if we look at another dispatch portal, we can only sell bandages at the moment. I believe that's until we manage to reach the daily requirement of 800. So, we're reworking our bandage build. And so I think that's what a bandage build should look like. Because, so I was looking, so one of these nurseries should be able to produce 6 flags per second. Problem is our belt can only carry 4. So each of these nurseries is only ever gonna carry... Is that true? Hang on a sec. I need to test something. I have an idea. So I have a box. If I were to put a splitter behind this box, and 2 belts, leading to, I don't know, 2 boxes. So my belt can carry 4 items per second. Am I going to have 2 half belts, or am I going to have 2 full belts with that? I'm going to have 1 belt full and 1 belt empty. Fair enough. So I can't, like, this doesn't go faster than the belt. Good to know. I was like, maybe if I put a splitter here, I can actually use the 6 per second, but no. So yeah, I can only use 4 per second of this nursery. And so we want 9 enhanced grinders, which is equivalent to 18 grinders worth of flax. Each of them wants 1 every 3 seconds. So that's 6 per second. So we're going to need 2 nurseries. And if we have like a second module that's making 2 machines worth of that, yeah, we can have the same. Except I guess this is 1.5 technically. So we could have like 1 nursery shared, like 1 nursery proper for each of them, and 1 nursery shared between 2 builds. Okay. The reason I'm looking at this like that is that the other thing that bandages require is healing potions, but the ratio is weird because 1 assembler of these requires 12 per minute and 1 assembler of these produces 10 per minute. So I was thinking if I were to have 10 assemblers of this, I would produce basically 1 bandage per second. And then the ratios would work out. And I think we can do that. So if we take these machines, four, I fell down. I think we're going to need more space actually. Hang on. Let me take this back and let's go outside where we have a lot of space. On the roof of the skyscraper. Oh yeah, that's more space. So, that's 4, 8. What do you mean some buildings have errors? What has errors? Oh. Right. No? That was too close. They collided. Right. So that would be 12. So no, I just remove like this. And really I have just half a nursery that's unused. That's perfectly okay. That's gonna be a lot of machines. I know you read it again, but you pronounce the S-E-S in Pazapu. Like every proper school French pronunciation. Only outside of France, probably. No, I don't think we would say Pazapu. Oh, you mean the S at the end of Papu? And Papa? But those wouldn't be pronounced. They are silent. They are silent. Okay. So 10 times 12 is 120. So we need... Well, we need 12 machines, 12 assemblers making healing potions. So let's see here. Healing potions. So an assembler making healing potions requires 1 flax fiber per second. Which is 3 grinders worth of flax fiber. And 1 sage powder per second, which is 3 grinders worth of sage powder. So if I used like 2 machines, if I had 2 machines, I would need 6 of each, which if I use enhanced grinders would be 3 of each. Right? And that would be 2 per second, I believe. Which translates to 2 sage per second and 2 flax per second. Let me just check. The sage is 36. Nutrients. So a nursery can produce a maximum of 4 sage per second, which is a full bell. It sounded like you didn't hear the S in pa, but you're just inattentive at the end of the day or in general. Yeah, I didn't pronounce the S at the end of the pa. Pazapu. Yeah, I don't know that we would make the liaison. That we would pronounce that S. Yeah, that sounds odd to me too. There are cases where you do pronounce that S, but I couldn't tell you why, but I think in this case it's not pronounced. Basically. So now we... Okay, so one nursery produces 4 per second. So we need to double this. Okay, and that's gonna be one nursery of each. The health potion is pretty easy. And then we need 12, so we need 3 times that. I'm out of gears. You were strictly told to pronounce it. I can check, but I think, I mean, if it sounds weird to pronounce it to both Fog and me, it's probably that it shouldn't be pronounced. Or at least that in modern French we just wouldn't, at a minimum. Let me see. Uh, uh, Usually you find things that tell you pretty easily, but here I don't find it, funnily enough. Uh, Huh. Yeah, I can't find it right now. It's fine. Yeah. Je ne vais pas à la mer. You would do the liaison. So I'm not sure. It might depend on like what sound is next. I know that there are some liaisons that just depend on what sound you have next for some of these rules. So I'm not entirely sure. Although in both cases the pa is followed by R, so I don't know. Would you pronounce it in general before Allah? I don't even think so. Yeah, it's... French can be pretty weird sometimes. Is all I have to say to that. Okay, so we have 12 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. And 10 of these. Ugh. It's not gonna mesh together very well. These are going to produce 2 per second overall. So it's not that bad. So let's see here. For these... Well... We'll have to have lab stand on top, right? And probably... just to stack them like that. Getting stuck. Why? Game, you're drunk. At some point I had issues with it doing that all the time, and then it stopped, and now it's doing again. It's doing it again. And this is just... Yeah, this is just getting thread. Interesting. Well... I could arrange it probably in a way where I do this. And then I do that. No, that won't do. Whatever. Something like that. And you just take it away, right? I suppose we could have it like do things a little bit better here. And do something like that. Where you take away like this. Actually, should I do that? In any case, here the idea would probably be that my potions come behind over there. These could do this. Yeah. And honestly, we could even do something like that. So now we have something like this with my output belt of the entire build that's like this. And this feeds down. Okay, but this is 9 to 6, so... oh, I missed a bunch of chat. You'd use the short wall, I guess. Also, even pas à la mer doesn't shock you. Prefer the Baza one, yeah. Though you've read that neither wall length nor... you don't remember the term. Exact sound of a consonant are predictive in French anymore. As opposed to other Romance language. Yeah. The typical language you'd expect it to depend on prosody. I have no idea what that is. Simply what it's like a nice, fine, easy to pronounce rhythm. Or the vowels fatha are short and as are used to pronounce pretty energically. And then if the next thing is long, you thought that kind of makes a nice rhythm, but you have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. It's not bothering me, it's just that I have no useful contribution to provide to the discussion, because in this case I really just don't know. So there's not much I can contribute. Let's think about this. I could... Okay, let's remove the nurseries for now. So if I take this entire thing... oh, there's not even... Can't even center it. That's right. Ooh. So this is 6 wide. I guess I could have like 2 basic ones, just for symmetry. Do I want it to look like this then? If I do that? I'd probably... Oh, let's see. Do more something like this. But, I mean, the problem with that, to be honest, is that I'd be tempted to have like something like this that feeds down, but then that doesn't work with that. Oh no, I don't know. I know. I don't know. I know. Yes, that's no. Absolutely. You're doing great. You're doing great. Okay, so how about... I might even put it on one side. How about I have this one feeding down? And then I get the same here. And then this, we can have something like this. A block. And something like that. That should work. And then we take the whole thing. We put it over there. So my input on the bottom Let's just check. The input for that requires 60 per minute. So it requires 3 grinders worth. It's getting an input of 246 worth. Right. Yeah, so that's more than enough. That's more than enough. Then I can have something like that. And we repeat on top. Yeah? Yeah. And we can totally have like the nurseries on top of that if we want to. That's fairly compact. The only thing is we need that like a lot. We need a lot of those modules. So like if we take out all of this, so this is 3 nursery. Worth of flax. Oh, got a new skill point. We could upgrade sails. We could start upgrading belts again. It's gonna take a while. Like before we get to... So to get 60 with 3... each time we need how many upgrades? We need like 20 upgrades. So 40 if we want to get the belt to 6 per minute. That's a lot of upgrades. I think we upgrade the profits. It's okay. We're upgrading a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think that's about. Alright. And then we can have... Nope. Elevator. Going upwards. Oh. We do need to remember to fit this. Then... Do we not want to flip this whole thing? Does it need to be symmetrical? I think it might. I mean, it doesn't need to. It's fine like that. What am I saying? It will be fine. Do not worry about it, chat. Do not panic, do not fret. Oh. Well, that one's a bit awkward. Unless... we can do something fun here. I think. Because we know we already have everything on belt. Oh, wait a minute. That's a good point. This does not work what I'm doing. Do panic, do fret. This is limited by the throughput of the belts. So if I'm merging belts, I'm destroying my throughput. Okay, so we need to be a bit more clever then. So how much does one of them eat? So 3 of these eat 1 per second. So a big one and this eat 1. This... So 4 is 12, so 6 of them eat 4. This is basically just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Oh gosh. Then it's probably pretty stupid to do it like this. I'd rather do that, honestly. Just clear the space. We'll redo this system. Okay. That's the same problem, isn't it? Like 6 processors are going to want 6 flax fiber per second. Which I absolutely cannot carry on a belt, so I need 2 belts. So essentially, one processor wants so 2 processors want 2 enhanced grinders, essentially. Is that true? Or 3? Wait. One processor wants 1 per second. Flax fiber. That's 3 grinders. That's 1.5 enhanced grinders. A processor wants 1.5. Yes, so a processor wants 2 processors, sorry. Want 3 enhanced grinders. So I really shouldn't be doing it like this. I think this is a bad design, actually. I'm really considering just having this be 3 tall. And just sticking to a design that might be longer, but that's narrower. Yeah. I think that's what I go with. So let's do that separately because otherwise it's a mess. I kind of want this on my hotbar. Thank you. So that's all going to fit one assembler like that. I probably should flip that like this. Yeah. And at the end, we are going to have 2 of these. Okay. Three times. And then enhanced grinders behind. I'm going to have like a layer of stone in between or something. And then you do something like that. Okay. And so one of these feeds 6. So let's say like this bottom one, for example. Feeds like this. And then like what if I put a metal stand on top? That's not necessarily a bad idea. Okay, so let's see about this. I could easily do something like this and something like that. That should work. Actually, I don't even need those. Like this. Yeah. Hey. And then you split into halves. Good. And so if I were to copy that side by side, to have 2 modules, looking similar. Might even put the nursery on top. Maybe not. I don't know. I kind of want to have a nursery here in the center though. Yeah, I think I do that. Because not only it's fun. Oh, wait. No, I don't even need these blocks. It's also right on the level to work with these. That's exactly what I need to do. So, no. Why not? And 6 of them. Right. It probably does mean I need to like do something like this for the fertilizer to work out. Probably looks better if I put it like this. Alright. Hey! I like this, actually. Oop! I almost jumped off. Accidentally. Ah, not enough materials. Fair enough, actually. I have a bunch of these scattered over here. Let me collect a few material. Oh hey, that's a lot of materials in my pocket. What should I do with these? So 4, 8, 12. So technically, I should remove this. But I do need an extra nursery that I suppose I could put on top. It does break symmetry a little bit, but it's not that bad. Hey, not bad. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, good. Now I need to feed these with potions. And here we hit tiny bit of a conundrum. Which is how? How do I feed it with potion? Possibly, let me see, the metal stand, what options do I have again? That's not gonna be a great option. Pre-em warning, oh. Yeah. That does sneak up on you, does it? have an idea. I have an idea. Possibly, maybe. Let's slice this real quick. I don't know, somewhere around here. Let's see here. What if what if we had something like this? Uh-huh. And then you have a potion spell coming in there. That does work. Yep. All right, so oh, I don't like that. Actually, hang on a second. Can I fix this in any way? Esther, look chat. Wait. Oh, hey, Elf. I completely missed chat. Sorry, sorry, guys. Sorry, Elf and Worm. And J-Moy. Oh my gosh. Did I miss a raid or something? No. Okay. Hi, Alasto. How would you spell bourgeois? Bourgeois. How are you doing, Elf? And hey, J-Moy. It's a name. Yeah. I would still pronounce it bourgeois, I think. It's miswritten bourgeois, but yeah. Beat you to it by like 5 seconds. Hey, Worm. How are you doing, friends? Locked in. Yeah, really. You need help pronounce it a French name. Yeah, I think just like bourgeois, because the Y is just an I in French. It's not pronounced any differently. So, like, as a French name, it would be weird to just exist. Not bourgeois? Why bourgeois? Why would it be bourgeois? Let me see it again. For me, it's an old orthography, actually, of bourgeois, possibly. It looks like Old French. Kinda. Naming someone as an insult would be weird. I mean, bourgeois isn't supposed to be an insult, either. Not to me, it looks like Old French for bourgeois, like what you'd find in, I don't know, Rabelais or whatever. Could have this further up if I wanted. Could have it in the middle. That would work too. Actually, it would look better. And that might solve my problem. So I actually want these. I like having this system, but I want this be one closer so it doesn't poke out, essentially. That's my problem here, that it's poking out. Might be able... Hang on. If I remove all of that. Right. How would I do? Problem is I have only one output here, and I need to split it. And so if I put this higher, I could bring stuff from the bottom over here and like do the same as I had. But then how do I connect it here? Although I could just bring these up higher too. And that would definitely work. Yeah. Why don't I do that? Why am I stupid sometimes? No, 3. Okay, like this. Okay. Just like that. Okay, I need to... That's my output. Okay. And this brings it down here. Alright. And then we spread this between these two. Does this work? I think it does. Which means I remove this entire thing. And essentially, yeah, this entire thing. Yeah, because this is self-contained, so that's perfect. Well, let's go. That's pretty clean, I'd say. And then we need to strap this onto this, which we can probably do in this space, honestly. We need what, 4 planters? Yeah, we can probably do that. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With 1, 2, 3, 4 gaps. So it's 19 wide. Let's see, if I put one over here and one over here, and technically I could just have it like that. One of them fits 6 machines. So it's basically the same deal as this. Is there enough space technically? Could I technically fit them? Could I take these to push them together? What did I do? I removed... Hang on. And here we go. I accidentally removed my interface. I think I'm blocked. Oh. I tend to do this silly thing where... like my hands get shifted on the keyboard. While I am looking at the wiki page of strawberries at 3 AM, I can't tell you. Can't believe the strawberry part of the plant isn't the fruit. Fruits are the tiny green bits. Oh yeah, I suppose, yeah, because they have 1 grain each, right? Technically. Like I imagine if you look at framboise. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Is it raspberries? I think it's raspberries. Like each of the small grains would be a fruit technically. So I need to go too wider technically to fit all of them together. Do I do this? So I could have like one here. One here. Possibly I could have like one centered here. Then one on top of here, one here. But then they wouldn't be centered. That would bother me a little bit. Not sure what to do. Because technically, I could fit these 4 nurseries on the same plane as these 3 if I just added this to the build. Boop. Gotta go to bed. Have a great night, Zaskog. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being your lovely self. And yeah, I hope to see you next time. As a reminder, actually, for anybody that might not have been there when I announced it, we will have a stream on Sunday, but we will not have a stream next Wednesday. I'm not sure yet if I do another stream within the week to balance it out. If I can, I will, but I'm not sure I can. So we'll see. But yeah, so I hope to see you on Sunday. Oh, actually it would just add 1 weight to the build. Because this was offset anyway. I didn't realize. This makes me want to do it even more. Oh, that's kind of a problem. Okay, so what if I take this nursery and put it, I guess, over here? That should work. The only thing is I need to replace this one because it's not turning itself around properly. Do I really need to do this? Not really anymore. I guess I'm just going to... Well, actually, if we're going to do that, we might as well just have a second layer of beds. something like this. Then we can have stones in the middle, why not? This is both decorative and utilitarian. We need a surface to build stuff on, but also it doesn't hurt if it looks good. Yeah, we need to be able to see the nurseries. Okay, so let's see. Oh, wait a minute. That won't work, will it? Well, we could make it work. It's just a bit silly. What if I raise them on beams? So 1, 2, then I can have one like this. That's going to be for this whole thing. Then I can have beams. 1. I forgot the stones here. And so they're in pairs at least. That's not as bad as it could have been. I don't hate that. I might remove these to make them stone anyway, just for consistency of the design. Go. Nope. All right. One, two. 1, 2. Actually, that's a good point. We do need stones here. Which means... Are you serious? I'm going to have wood here. Yes. I hate the wood block. It doesn't look good. Fine. I'm going to have wood blocks. But I protest. Let it be noted that I protest vehemently. Duh. I just need this. Probably. Actually I might need the stone blocks in there. Because we said each of these feeds 6 grinders. Yep. Yeah, I think I put in the block. Then we grab the enhanced grinder. If we want it to be... Nah, we don't have the space to go completely flat. I was thinking maybe like we go completely flat, but no. No, but that's fine, you know. Because really all we need is love. Or something like that. This. And like that. Yeah. Ooh. Would you mind filling up this? Yep. Same. Okay. And then all the way through. Nice. Okay, so we do the reverse because essentially the machines are going to be on top of that. And each layer basically feeds the machine. So you should feed 2 assemblers essentially. Yep. And these machines need 60 per minute. Oh, wait. it's not the same material. There are two materials here. Oh. Oh. So wait, I got two. So for example, if we say like this is grinding flax and this is grinding sage, I probably would be better off doing layers, but that would be more complicated at this stage. Oh gosh, my mouse. Okay. My mouse decided to turn off in protest. So I can pretty easily get like all 6 of these on a belt. Right? But then what do I do with that? Maybe this isn't the right answer. Maybe this isn't actually the right answer. Maybe what I need to do let's see if I brought everything on the top layer, for example. So I could do something like this. And then that, but this would feed, like, this would blow up this, the feed of these, which would not be ideal. But I'm thinking maybe we just move them somewhere else. You know? So there's one version where they're just like one further in front. It's not necessarily a terrible solution. But then I would have issues with like putting in the belts in some places. There's another version where they're just like on top of, you know. And that I might like. Because let's say we do that. Then I can have these here. These two can go over here. And so here, each time we have like one belt that's really easy to feed. And then we need the other belt come across. Which I suppose could be on the side. Oh gosh, I'm stuck. Might interfere with this one, though, in the center. Though we could have the entire thing offset a little bit. From their nurseries. And then we would have more of a gap. Right like that, actually. We'd probably need to redesign this. Just because otherwise it might be annoying. I don't know, like at the center it goes poof. Yeah, we'll need to redesign these. So let's remove that. And let's just shift. Oh, these two. Oh, don't jump off, please. Right. Is this correct? I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Okay, so that's slightly offset. But then this allows me hang on. Oh. not supposed to touch. That would be better. You feel like you started watching this stream on Monday. No. It's been, I mean, to be fair, it's a bit of a long stream. It's been nearly 10 hours. But that's not days either. Wait a second. I'm just realizing something. If it's 3 and 3, and I have 4 things to feed, like I just need 1 layer to feed 2. So if I have oh, come on. "10 fortnights? No? Just 10 hours? A measly 10 hours. It's not that much, is it?" Yeah, then I could have this going like that. Oh gosh. Well, fair enough actually. So, this one should feed like that. Ah, I'm stuck. I keep getting stuck on these. And this. Which does mean that this should like split basically over here and over there. Okay. And then we have essentially this. Might be easier to do while it's opened. Better for chat to see too. Oops. All right. And somewhere a magic trick needs to happen to switch the 2 lanes essentially. How about we do it here? And over here I guess we can do a magic trick over here. Where we're like, hey, look at this. all little blocks. Guess this one can be a little block. This one, however, will have to be something like that. And then we go belt, belt. You know what? Actually, one further. Because over here we are going to want to do the exact opposite, where we bring that down. And so we can do it right here. Ah, I'm stuck. All these holes, everywhere, I keep falling into them. Alright. Does this work? I think it does. And technically it doesn't even poke out anymore. So I misjudged. You know what that means? It means we're deleting this again, and we're shifting the whole thing back. Because there's no point having it offset if it doesn't have to be built. Are we good? Need this? Yeah, I think we're good. Like that. Yay! It does look better. If it's centered. I have to admit, I was like, I'm not bothered, but I was a little bit bothered. It was on an act. Hey, not bad. Actually not bad. Okay, so this is correct. What we need first is to remove these. Second, we go to the side. We jump off, as you do. Oh, right. Was going one further. Then we use these to bring up. Yep. So far so good. Then Does this look good? It does. It does, it does. Oh gosh. This hole again. Okay. Then we copy this. Good. Wait, no. I didn't mean to steal yours. I'm sorry. Next. This goes up, I believe, right there. Yeah, that looks about right. And over here. We'll have this. Which brings its product over there. Yep. Ooh. Right, so I believe here we have a belt right there, then an elevator that brings it on top. Something for that. This and this. This? Yeah. That looks exactly what I'm supposed to have. Is this symmetrical? I believe it is. Amazing. Do you think we can sneak thing in there? Like from the back? I'd be able to. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. And so technically, if I do this right, I think I just have to go around this. And so I should just be able to connect them. Let's freaking go. And like in total, that's wait, this is 8? Isn't it supposed to be 12? Am I hallucinating? Aren't I supposed to have 120 per minute? Yeah. Well, that's awkward. Greetings, hey Rooster. I just realized I made a mistake. A very awkward mistake. Damn it. What do I do now? What if I go higher? Well, I'll be out of nails if I go higher. Do you think there are nails in these? Might as well try. That's a no. Okay, let's go get some nails. Oh. How are you doing, Rooster? What am I missing? I have basically no planks. More. But I think that's about it. Yeah. Do I have ropes? Not much. I need ropes too. Ah! Okay. So, let's try that again. Let's imagine we have these. Ah, yes. This won't work because it's such awkward. I just put myself in a very awkward situation there. What can I do about it? Like, the lab stands won't stand on top of these for some reason. I mean, I could have the table. Essentially provide a platform for this one. Yeah, because this goes over the center, so for this one I'd need to shift it slightly. But I can do it too. So that's a possibility. And so I could have like my 2 extra over here. And technically these this time I don't have to do something so awkward. Let's just fill up this space. Right. So yeah, essentially this time I can do things in a much easier way. 6 and 6. Actually, if we want, if we place the assemblers first, might even make things. So how much space do the assemblers take? Okay, if we center them. No, you don't take the table, you take the assemblers. Okay. So how about I mean, that's a bit tight. That's a little bit too tight for comfort. Because then I'm going to struggle to like just get the materials back. It's possible because it falls over the gaps. It's just very awkward to do. So this can be pretty, because this can go that, and then we can have different elevators for different layers. I could even like put this all back by one. And feed it from here. But considering the space constraints we have, maybe we might just as well have this on top of these. Because why not? We'll want 2 spaces at the front. You're not sure you've ever seen anyone build this high? You mean compared to the terrain? We're 11 floors high. Or do you mean the height of the build? It's a tall building? Yeah, it is a tall building. It has crept up quite a bit. This is my initial building. Oops. Well, that's not a very good view from here because it's half built. Yeah, it's a bit tall. The bits that stick out over there are just temporary to make a platform for building stuff. The complete building looks more like this. We have quite a few nice features. We have like internal streets in here. We even have shoppers that go to this secondary shop where they buy like salt, black powder, pocket watches, Saturn artifacts. I'm not sure my vitality potion, my healing potions are following the demand anymore. Yeah, it's a tall boy. It is. Alright, let's finish this build. And I really need to head to bed. It's 4 AM, guys. I didn't anticipate this going this long. Honestly, why even do that? I can go directly. Wait a minute. Was that the wrong direction? I think it was. Yeah. Better? Okay, so you feed these. You feed these. Oh gosh. I'm getting stuck again. Six. Oh. So each of them should have like one and a bit. Kinda annoying. I have the space to do that, so I might just do this. Just to make my life easier. No, because I have to face the issue on this. Okay, let's say we have this. Like okay. So down. Each of them take one. Oh, actually, it's 1.5 each. Why was I fussing? Which does mean, annoyingly, let me... No. Let me up. Okay, I'll take this. We might just redo the entire thing. Might just be easier for me. Honestly. Yeah, 6 to 4, 1.5. Why was I... I'm just tired, I think. I think I'm just tired. Okay. Go. Alright. We're almost there. Almost. I just need to rejoin this with the output of these. Which I guess, if we want symmetry, and we do tend to want symmetry, oh wait. No, that wouldn't be symmetrical, however. So I'm just going to do it. Right. That's symmetrical. I think that's about the best we can hope for. The last thing really is that we need to feed them. Which I guess right, so let's see here. We arrive on this side. We arrive on this side. No. We double back. And this doesn't really need to go back down. It could for symmetry, but that's really the point. Oh, I like symmetry, but not in excess. This would be an excess of symmetry. Alright. I think that's the build. No. 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 Ooh, finally. Isn't Europe on fire for the next few days? It's already been hot for a while. Actually, tonight is pretty good. But yeah, gonna get really hot again. However, I'm escaping to the mountain until Sunday. So, I win. You'll be heading to Evo tomorrow? What's Evo? I won, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I need to install a few seeds. There's probably gonna be a few bugs, maybe. Hopefully not, but we'll see. But that will be a thing for next time. Because it is already super late. And hey, we have designed 2 builds today, so... I say it's not that bad. This is more than 1 floor tall. I don't like that. Well, we'll see. Alright, anyway. Thank you everybody for joining me today.